Thank you. Welcome everyone to the final meeting of the Commission to Increase Housing Opportunities in Maine by Studying Zoning and Land Use Restrictions. My name is Craig Hickman. I'm State Senator from Senate District 14, 11 towns in Southern Kennebec County. I'm the Senate Chair of this commission. It's been an honor to work with all of you. And we will begin with the rest of our commission introductions. So I'll go in the order of what I see on my screen. Commissioner Spalding.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Heather Spalding, and I work with Maine Organic Farmers and Gardeners Association, and I'm representing the Agriculture Voice.
Commissioner Totman.
Good afternoon. I'm Dana Totman with Avesta Housing.
Representative Arata.
Good afternoon. My name is Amy Arata. I represent House District 65, which includes New Gloucester and part of Poland.
Commissioner Dufour.
Hi, I'm Kate Dufour, and I represent the Maine Municipal Association.
Commissioner Cooper-Ryder.
Good afternoon, Erin Cooper-Ryder, principal of New Height Group. I'm a real estate developer based in Portland.
Senator Pouliot.
Good afternoon, State Senator Matt Pouliot, represent Senate District 15, the towns of Augusta, China, Oakland, Sydney, and Vasboro.
Commissioner Gulick.
Hi, I am here representing Maine Equal Justice Partners and Maine Equal Justice Partners Circle.
Commissioner Brennan.
Hi, everyone. Dan Brennan, Director at Maine State Housing Authority.
Commissioner Levine.
Hi, I'm Jeff Levine. I'm here representing planning and smart growth organizations on the commission. Thanks.
Commissioner Jackson.
Hey y'all, I'm Anthony Jackson, use he, him pronouns. I am here as a consultant with racial equity and justice.
Commissioner Pingree.
Good afternoon, Hannah Pingree, Director of the Governor's Office of Policy, Innovation, and the Future.
Commissioner Hill.
Good afternoon, Madeline Hill, and I'm here representing the Maine Association of Realtors.
Thank you. And finally, for our presence today, not least, of course, is Speaker Fecto.
Thank you, Senator Hickman. Ryan Fecto, I represent my hometown of Biddeford, House District 11.
Thank you all again for being here, for all of your work heretofore. Just a quick question. Does anyone have any other meetings or engagements, or will you be on or off, or do you have to leave by a particular time? If you could just say so. I see. Great. I may have to just check out and back. Oh, Commissioner Brennan.
Yeah, I will need to drop off video around 3:30, and then I will attempt to reconnect via phone up until 5 o'clock, where I have a hard stop at 5.
Okay, Commissioner Hill.
I'm just going to have to be on the road at 4 o'clock, and I'll be connecting with my audio. And then once I stop about 4:45, I can hop back on.
Okay, great. Anyone else? I may have to leave for 50. Commissioner Gulick.
You may see my video camera go in and out. I have a young child, but I also will be working on and off this afternoon for where I'm at. So, but I'll be here.
Understood. And I may have to disappear for 15 minutes, about 3:40. I may not, but I thought I would put that out there, especially for you, Mr. Speaker. So with that, we are here to do our final meeting and have our final discussions. I'll turn it over first to Hillary.
Just wanted to mention, for anybody who may need to leave and come back in, if you do have trouble finding your Zoom invite, I'm just going to ask you to email both myself and Sam Prower, because if I'm in the middle of something, I maybe not be able to immediately respond and resend that for you. So just email both of us and we'll make sure you get back in.
Thanks, Hillary. Commissioner Napolitano has joined us. Commissioner, please introduce yourself. You are on mute, sir.
Good afternoon. John Napolitano with the Maine State Building Construction Trades Council.
Great to have everyone here. Hillary, I will ask you briefly to just put the agenda on the screen. You'll be sharing your screen a lot today, I imagine, so we may as well begin.
Yes, and please forgive me. You may see me looking at the camera. I've got a second monitor. I've got notes on my desk. So Forgive me if I seem to be looking in all directions.
It's fine. You're in a cockpit today. It's all good.
Exactly. All right, there we go.
All right, so this is our agenda for today for everyone who is watching. We have done our introductions. We will go over the draft report with all the comments that commissioners have sent between our last meeting and now. We will discuss any recommendations and take final votes. We will talk about our next steps or the next steps of this process, and then I will give people an opportunity to make some concluding remarks. Since we will adjourn by 4:30. If we go over, we go over. If we go under, we go under. We're going to complete our work. So with that, Hillary, I know you have sort of mapped out a plan for how to get through today in an efficient manner. I will let you run that.
Thank you so much. Yes. So my intent was probably to screen share the draft and go through that. I've sort of organized all of your comments in chronological order of the draft. And what I'll try to do is sort of go through that. And as you have discussion, I'll pull down the screen share so that you can see each other and pull it up as we need to. For any members of the public who are watching us, the draft that we will be referring to today is up and available on the Commission's website so that you can follow along for any times that we're not screen sharing. I think the plan will be to start by going through most of your comments. A lot of those are pretty straightforward. We just need to hear from you that yes, you all agree that that's something we should do, and that's pretty simple. Obviously, there are some other places that you might need some additional discussion. You might need to flesh out a little bit or otherwise take some additional votes. The draft that I'm going to use today is the original draft that I sent out to you, so it does not reflect any of the changes that you have suggested. I do believe Senator Hickman and Speaker Fecto intend to have everybody re-vote today. So for those of you who let me know you want to be recorded as this or that, I did not take the time to make those changes because things may change today and we'll do it that way. There may be some new things that you want to discuss that come up throughout this conversation. My tentative thought would be to sort of get through all the comments that we have already, and then we can circle back to some of those broader things, especially if there are new things that you want to bring to the report today. Couple other things. One thing I do want to comment on, and we can touch on this later when we sort of talk about final steps as well. But this is the last public meeting of the commission. And so this is really the last opportunity for you to provide us with those substantive comments. You'll get a final chance to review this draft, but especially for any of those new pieces, we'll really be deferring to your chairs as to whether or not what we have done is accurately reflecting all of your conversation today, as well as if there become questions of whether something needs to be added or changed. We're doing a lot of that through the chair. So to the extent you do want to work through some new or possibly add some larger new pieces to the report, keep in mind that you may not get much of a chance to review that substantively before we publish the final report. That being said, I also wanted to add, of course, that while this may be sort of the end of your work, this is actually really the start of the work of the Labor and Housing Committee, who will receive this report. And these recommendations, a lot of them may end up still needing a lot of detail and a lot of more work before they get fully crafted into legislation. And so that's something you may want to think about, that this is not really the last chance for you to provide input, because there will be chances in January when this gets to that committee to provide some of that additional detail and to continue the work that is being done. It just may not be done officially through this commission and this group of people.
Thank you, Hillary. I just want to interrupt for 1 second because I have failed in my duty to allow people to understand that we have 3 great staff people here working with us today, that they've been working with us throughout this process. Sam Prower is here from OPLA, as well as Deirdre Snyder. And I also wanted to see if Speaker Fecto wanted to say anything at the top of the meeting today as well.
No, I also have, I didn't note my conflicts, but I also have some conflicts. So I'm hoping that our work will be expedient today. But if I do have to take over as chair, Senator. The good news is I will not be chairing this commission as I did last time while having COVID-19. So that will be a lot better for me, given that I really struggled to chair the meeting last time when I was feeling very, very much under the weather. I don't know if any of you noticed, but it was not the most ideal situation.
I did not. You did great. Of course, I was distracted as well. So, well, glad to see that you are healthy. I hope recovered completely with no lingering effects. And with that, I'll turn it back to you, Hillary.
Are you ready for me to start going through the report?
Yes.
All right. So I am going to share my screen again. And as I go through, as I said, some things are a little bit easy. I'll try to pause as I go through comments. And so if someone wants to jump in or ask me to pull the screen down so you can have some further discussion, don't be shy. It sometimes can be hard to see everybody or see raised hands when I am screen sharing. So don't hesitate to interrupt me if you would like to pause for a moment.
Thank you.
All right, so this is the draft report. I'm not going to talk much on the executive summary today because really ultimately what that is a summary of the report in a couple pages, and we will amend this executive summary depending on everything else that you discussed today and all the recommendations. It can tell you we can pull from the introduction, and we will also include those sort of bulleted portions of all of the recommendations, as well as any, I'll talk about this later, any findings you make, those will all go in the executive summary. So it'll be very easy from the very beginning to see exactly what else is in the report.
Great.
So we did receive a couple of comments on the introduction. One of those was from Commissioner Levine, who wanted to note up front that changes to zoning in and of itself will not solely address the challenges of housing Maine residents, and that zoning is one important aspect of an overall housing policy, but there are other factors as well, in that the commission intentionally did not weigh in on those other aspects in order to stay on focus with the charge. If that is something that the commission is comfortable with, we're happy to end that, and it does, I think, bookend well with some of those additional considerations that you include at the end of the report. So unless there are objections, I think we're happy to add that in.
Any objections? Seeing none, thank you.
Commissioner Totman.
If you wish to object, just raise your hand. Thank you, Commissioners.
Commissioner Totman had also mentioned some comments about the executive summary, but I think which tie into the introduction as well, which is why I'm sort of talking about them as part of the introduction. And it was similar that possibly adding a statement that these changes will not by themselves fix affordable housing and equity problems, and that other policy and funding initiatives are necessary. In other words, zoning changes will help with affordability and equity, but we must remember they are but one policy initiative among many that will address this challenge. So that may be something that the commission is comfortable with, that we could certainly work into this introductory paragraph.
Any objections to including that language, the substance of that language? Seeing none.
And yes, and as I thank you for that, Senator Hickman, I am trying to read them verbatim as we receive them. We will certainly craft them in a way that work in the report.
Yes.
But we'll try to keep as close to the original as we can.
Of course, thank you.
So I'm going to scroll down a little bit, going to the commission process. I know this is a rather lengthy section, and we did that in part because we wanted to get as much about these meetings as possible, although we also are well aware that we cannot include absolutely everything that was said. Commissioner Cooper-Ryder, as well as Commissioner Veen, had a comment about trying, and I'm not going to read the whole comment at this time because it's a little bit lengthy, but I think the idea was trying to highlight some of the conclusions that presenters made, as well as some of the main takeaways. When we were putting this together, we wanted to be a little bit careful about not putting anything in a meeting summary that didn't actually happen at that meeting. And we also were a little cautious about trying to make any conclusions or any takeaways, because I think, as we all know, you can have 15 people watch the same presentation and you all might have slightly different takeaways. So this is one area where the commission might want to have some broader discussion. But the other thing I wanted to note is that when I read this, what occurred to me is that maybe what you're really looking for is that bridge between what you heard in these presentations and the recommendations that you came up with. And what I'm wondering is whether what would be helpful is actually to do something like a finding section, which would go between the meeting summaries and before the recommendations. And this would be your opportunity to say, this is what we heard, these are the conclusions, and this is the foundation for why we're making the recommendations we're making.
And Hillary, it was Commissioner Cooper-Ryder who suggested this, or?
So no one specifically suggested findings.
Okay.
And you certainly do not need to do findings.
The
But
takeaway.
I'm wondering if that was the goal.
Who made the suggestion that we summarize takeaways after each meeting?
The initial suggestion came from Commissioner Cooper-Ryder, but I believe Commissioner Levine also was in agreement on that.
Great, thank you. So I would ask Commissioner Cooper-Ryder to just explain the rationale for wanting to include that and then address what Hillary has said in response. Thank you.
Good. Thank you. Thank you, Senator Hickman. My thinking was just that the first 13 pages of the report don't actually tell you anything about what was said. I mean, we see who testified and we see the topic. I tried to call out a couple of examples where, for example, the MMA testimony, there was, a letter that followed up that had some conclusions in it. So in the body of the report, you could see what the substance of that testimony was. So it just seemed to me, in order to understand, for example, the very first meeting, what Peter Merrill said and what Greg Payne said, you have to go to the appendix and read through their testimony. So I thought it would be helpful if we could just choose, if, for example, there was a summary, to take the summary statement and put it in the body of the text, so that as you move through the report, you can quickly see what was the substance, it's the same effect, Hillary, as what you were suggesting, findings, what did we take away from that? I'm not suggesting, I really was hoping not to suggest that there would be a major rewrite or a new section of the report.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any comments? Speaker Fecto.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess my only concern about this is I think we probably could all come up with 40 different things we took away from each of the meetings. And so I just wonder how difficult it would be to capture collectively what our takeaway from each meeting was. So that's my only major concern. I know that many of the supporting documents presented to us will be provided as appendices. Is that correct, Hillary? So those consuming the report will have access to the information presented at the meetings in the appendix. And I think there's references to those appendices throughout the report. And so I just wonder if I wonder how necessary it ultimately would be to include those things. I mean, I just feel like there was so much information basically at all of our meetings that I would hate to put forward one piece of information as a takeaway in favor of something else that ultimately may have been equally valuable to the reader of this report to know. So that's just my thought.
Thank you, Speaker Fecto. Any other comments? Commissioner Cooper-Ryder, did you want to respond?
Just to say, I don't disagree with that. I do agree that it would be difficult to summarize our takeaway as a commission from each. And I was really just thinking about the reader experience, but I've learned something from Hillary and from Mr. Commissioner Fecto. So I'm happy to withdraw the comment.
Thank you. Anyone else? Does anyone think that we need that bridge of findings between the meeting summary and our recommendations? And if so, what would you like to see in those findings? Okay, seeing no hands. Speaker Fecto.
Sorry, not to contradict myself, but I guess if there were to be findings of any sort, it would seem, I don't know if it's findings per se, but perhaps one thing that is a void in the report itself is just simply capturing the state of affairs, like what is the situation with housing in Maine right now. I think that was like our first meeting kind of, or our second meeting was geared towards like capturing, how many houses do we need, how many homes do we need, how many people are experiencing homelessness, really trying to capture what is the current state of affairs. The report doesn't necessarily dive into that at any point. So maybe I don't know if findings is the right word, but something that would capture at least that piece, because I think that would set the stage for people reading the report to understand, especially since this report will have been generated in 2021, but someone could be reading it in 2024, and they might know some of the data from 2024, and they will have some context for comparing, like, have things improved since this report was drafted in 2021. So that's the only point I'll make.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Commissioner Pingree.
I think Mr. Speaker said essentially what I was going to say. I think the takeaways from each of the sessions probably would require us as an entire commission to review those takeaways and agree on them. And I don't think we have time for that. So maybe findings could be limited to pure facts, if there are, just exactly as the speaker just outlaid them, these current median home price in Maine, the number of people on the waiting list, some of the data that Dan Brennan's office, as well as Greg Payne, brought at the very first meeting, real estate numbers. Because I think that the speaker's point is good. I don't know if you'd call those findings or overview of the current situation in housing in Maine. I just think, again, that would help. I think we heard about it in the 4 sessions, but the takeaways from those could get a lot more complex because we probably all took away different points of view.
The lay of the land, not that we'll call it that, but that's really what we're talking about here, I believe. I'll go to Hillary and then to Commissioner Napolitano.
Yes, so it sounds like maybe what would be best is actually sort of like a background paragraph based on that data and information that was presented by, I think it was actually Peter Merrill at the first meeting, but by Maine Housing. What we are not able to do is decide for you which of those statistics are important. Okay. So I think what might make sense is either everyone here, we could talk for a while and maybe we circle back to it at the end, and maybe you see how much time we have at the end, is either that you tell us, yes, these are the important parts of that presentation, important data statistics that you want us to put in, or the commission could authorize staff to work with, for example, Senator Hickman and Speaker Fecto as chairs of the commission to pull that background material together. My only caution with that, of course, is that the rest of the commission may not have a chance to actually review that substantively before the final report.
Thank you, Hillary.
That could be an option if there isn't time.
Commissioner Napolitano? Did he? Oh, there he is. Did you still have a comment, sir?
I'll get answered for me with Hillary there. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Topman.
I would be comfortable with the chairs sort of agreeing on a background statement. I think in particular, this was, correct me if I'm wrong, Speaker Fecto's bill, and he sponsored this bill for a reason. And I think some of the testimony back when that bill was being considered was largely that we do have a housing problem in the state, and we should, consider doing this, this, and this. And so I think if there was a background statement sort of authored largely by the 2 chairs here, I'd be very comfortable with that.
Thank you, Commissioner Topman. Anyone else have a comment on the Speaker Fecto?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, I think maybe we don't have to necessarily like agree on every single point of what the background would be, like sentence by sentence, but I'll just throw this out there and maybe folks can nod their heads, but I think generally, what's the median home price for like a single family home? What's the average rent? Perhaps even stratifying that by county so we can get a real view of what things look like by county. I think all that data was made available by Maine Housing. How many homes are we producing on average per year? What is the projection for what the need is to maintain pace with demand? And then I know Maine Housing provided information specifically related to race at a later meeting. I think it was provided as a sort of an addendum, not part of the conversation at that meeting, but was I think it's even oddly noted because it's noted under that meeting, even though we discussed race at a different meeting. So I didn't put it as a suggestion, but it may make sense for that sentence to be moved to the day we discussed the racial impacts. But anyway, that might also be, data about what the racial impact has been on home buying or shortage of housing and so forth. So that would be generally, I think that pretty much captures the state of affairs for background. And unless if I'm missing anything, folks can sort of throw it out there. But I think there was also maybe some income information about like what you would need to make in order to, afford a home. So that would be my suggestion. And I would trust Hillary to discern the best way to compose a sentence related to those things, or multiple sentences.
Happy to. The only question that is coming immediately to mind, not saying there won't be more once we start trying to put that together, is I believe some of that data also included some of the references to the impact of COVID-19 having on the current housing, and would you want that included as well? I'm seeing.
I would say yes. And the context of the emergency nature of this bill and this commission is really what we need to set up at some point in the report that Commissioner Pingree has pointed out is not currently there.
Yeah, I mean, perhaps there could be even just a sentence that states at the end of the background how this commission was convened during an ongoing public health crisis related to COVID-19, and many of the issues outlined were exacerbated by that public health crisis. And if there are specific data points, Hillary, I think it would be fine to include, but that might capture it perfectly.
Okay, great. I think we have enough, and we will probably still coordinate a little bit with the chairs in draft form, but otherwise, I think we have a good sense of what you're looking for.
Thank you, Hillary. Speaker Fecto, are there any other comments on this particular part of the report that we haven't seen yet that you will entrust to the good work of the analysts and the judgment of the speaker and the chairs? Okay, great. Next.
All right, I'm going to go back to a screen share.
Thank you.
And there were a couple of comments on specific meetings. So I'm going to go to the second meeting. And I also am assuming that the text is big enough on your screens, or would you like it a little bit bigger?
If anyone needs it a little bit bigger, please raise your hand. Looks like we can all see.
Okay, great. So in the second meeting, we did receive a comment from Commissioner Jackson, and I have it as the 7th bullet point. Ooh. Or no, it was a little bit earlier, sorry. It was in the second meeting. And he stated that he would suggest the inclusion of the discussion on manufactured scarcity, and would like to note the concern about how changing affordable to attainable wouldn't prioritize the most impacted people in the housing crisis. Is everyone comfortable with including that part of the discussion? We could include that simply as a new bullet point in the list here.
I do not see any objections.
And then the second part had to do with the 7th bullet, which starts here regarding home rule authority. And the comment was a suggestion of rewording in order to recognize who implements exclusionary zoning to the pitfalls and importance of home rule authority.
Commissioner Jackson, did you want to speak to your comment, or you don't have to? I don't want to put you on the spot. And if someone has an objection to that, I don't see any hands raised. So
Sure. I was suggesting this because it would better paint the picture of how we got where we are, and exclusionary zoning is possible because of that home rule authority and being able to do that, which is why we have state mandates. And I think that painting that picture of how we got where we are is important. Because in the way it's worded, I don't think it correctly recognizes how home rule authority has created lack of housing.
Commissioner Dufour?
I object, just because the second meeting was the municipal meeting. It's basically the one opportunity that the communities had to present to the commission, and home rule authority is of utmost importance to us. So that's, if somebody else wants to make a point that home rule authority is problematic, that's fine. I just don't want it in the section that we are prominently focused. It is important to us. And I would also point back to, I read the Color of Law. I thought it was an incredibly informative book. But we keep skirting around the fact that we are here today because of federal and state policy. And I think it's disingenuous to suggest that it's all local policy that has put us in the place that we are in. So we got to tell the entire story if we're going to start telling stories. But those are my objections.
Commissioner Levine?
Thanks. I think that was well articulated. I wonder if the middle ground might be to change that bullet to say the importance of home rule authority to these local officials, something like that, because I think that's what Kate just said.
Thank you. I would offer, well, first let's discuss whether or not that is a good middle ground or a good way to address what both Commissioner Jackson and Commissioner Dufour's concerns are with that section of the report. Speaker Fecto.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to clarify, Hillary, so that entire section are essentially attributes to those who spoke before the commission from various municipalities. So you were capturing the perspectives of those municipal officials. Is that accurate?
That was the intent, yes.
Okay. So I would agree with Kate in the sense that it seems rather strange to change an attribution to local officials to something that they clearly did not say. And so I don't know if it's very explicit at the beginning of those bullet points, because I guess I could look at my paper copy of the report. I mean, at the very top, it says key points of the discussion included, and I suppose it could be clarified that to say key points of the discussion from the presenters included or something like that. But I would think the piece that Commissioner Jackson referred to and then Commissioner Dufour referred to as it relates to like the federal, HUD, which was also part of the reasons why zoning is the way it is. I think perhaps capturing that in a different part of our report. I forget which day would be most applicable, but probably the day that we went through, we had a discussion about the racial impacts, because that was, I think that was a day where the role of federal law was highlighted probably most extensively. But anyway, I think I would agree with Kate's assessment of the situation here.
Anyone else on this subject? Commissioner Jackson.
Yeah, so I guess I would just want more clarification on what this is actually summarizing. Is it summarizing discussions we had as a group, or is it discussing the presenters? Because I believe we did have a discussion on local control in this meeting, if I am correct.
We did have a discussion about local control at the meeting.
Yeah, so is this about the discussions we've had at this meeting, or is it about what the presenters gave to us? Because really, I just wanted to have the discussion about the concern of local control and how that has limited the creation of housing. And that wording was just something that I came off of the top of the head, but in here, I didn't see that discussion, and I would like to see it there. If we are actually summarizing the whole conversation and not just what was presented.
That is fair enough. Hillary?
Yeah, so I think in some ways it's a little bit of both. It is mostly about what the information you received, but some of those points were not necessarily directly from the presentations, but may have been based on some of the questions that were asked from the commission. So it bleeds in a little bit to one or the other. We can certainly clarify that in the opening sentence. But the other thing we can do is, and I was going to touch on this a little bit later, but this is your 7th meeting. You have one more meeting summary. And so that's also somewhere where we could raise that this is an important discussion that came up today as well, and make sure that that is captured in today's summary.
Thank you. I think, go ahead, Commissioner Jackson.
Yeah, and I'm cool with it just being an additional bullet point of just of noting that this specific wording. I mean, I was just going through this as I could when I had the time, and that was something that stood out to me.
Thank you. There might be, I offer this off the top of my head, there might be a way to summarize the different layers of jurisdiction, federal, state, and local, having together created this problem in our background paragraph that we've just discussed. And we'll figure out a way to capture the tug of war, if you will, between local control and state preemption and federal supremacy, because all of those things are important for the reader to understand that this commission's job was to look at zoning and land use requirements, which are statutorily authorized, but are mostly implemented by local ordinance and zoning, and that's what we're doing here. So we may be able to put that nuance in the background paragraph. And that was actually one of the reasons why I sent that long essay, the analysis that I got from a different subject, but it laid out why we have home rule authority in Maine to begin with, why the Constitution was amended, and then what it took to implement that. And then there was, of course, a case where it looked like it could have almost been gone if the court had ruled differently than it ruled. And so I just wanted to put that in front of all of us as commissioners, because we do talk a lot about home rule authority being the supreme law of the state in some sense, when actually it's the legislature's authority to give it or to take it away. And I thought that that was a very interesting article, because the Constitution prescribes that the legislature prescribes the way a municipality exercises home rule. And so on statewide matters of importance, like shoreline zoning, the state has preempted the space and said, you must pass these ordinances according to these provisions and enforce them. And if you don't, then we will. And so we don't have to put all of that in the intro, but that's one of the reasons why I gave that analysis, that law review analysis, to the commissioners to look at. Any other comments on meeting 2 and the summary therein? Seeing none. Thank you. Let's move on.
Okay. Going on to the 3rd meeting, excuse me. There was a couple comments similarly. One had to do with the statements regarding the earliest zoning laws, and from Commissioner Jackson, and this is in the 4th paragraph, I believe. And the comment was that there are conflicting statements as to what the earliest zoning codes were for. In the LegCo's presentation, they state the earliest zoning laws explicitly segregated by race, and I believe this wording downplays the historically racist intent of zoning. For the 5th paragraph, there was a comment that I believe that in one of the sections, there was a discussion about the disproportionate effect zoning laws have on Black folk and African Americans. I would suggest the inclusion of this to highlight who is most impacted by exclusionary zoning. And then lastly, in the 7th, going on to page 7, that if he remembers correctly, one of the presenters suggested implementing a state level fair housing agency, board, or branch, and would recommend including that in this meeting summary as well.
Commissioner Jackson? That summarizes your comment. Do you want to add anything to that?
No, I think that's pretty straightforward.
As long, I was gonna say, as long as everyone is in agreement, they remember that from those meetings, we're happy to add those pieces in. We know we didn't capture quite everything, so if it's important and everyone wants it in there, we'll put it in.
Any objections? None. Thank you.
Okay. So now we're going to move on to the introduction to the recommendations. So please forgive my scrolling quickly. There was a suggestion, again, this is Commissioner Jackson, and this would be in the 3rd paragraph, suggesting to change the wording from some zoning and land use restrictions, quote, enacted by municipalities, end quote, have historically and continue today to act as barriers to increasing housing opportunities in this state.
I would definitely, if not fully, retract this one, especially with the background being included. Yeah.
If everyone works for everyone, then that's great. And yeah, once we have that background section, that might capture some of those layers of implementation and statute and how they interplay. So moving on briefly, Speaker Fecto had suggested including the YouTube links to each of the meetings. Sorry, I should have mentioned this one actually before the last one. Happy to do so. The only caution I give is that those are on YouTube and there may come a day when they are no longer available. But as long as that's fine, we're happy to put those in.
Yeah, I think I'm fine with that as well.
Speaker Fecto also had a comment about when I mentioned the letter that this commission sent to the Legislative Council about extending the deadline and having another meeting. And he had mentioned that he noticed in one place I didn't mention the deadline. Unless there's an objection, I can't imagine there is. Happy to fix that and add that in.
I just had a question about your comment, Hillary, previous. These meetings are they archived audioly? Is
Yes.
that a word? And I suppose you could just put a sentence in to say that as well. You don't have to actually put the link up, but just to address this notion that if someone is reading this in 5 years and they can't find the YouTube, they can still get this from our archives.
Sure, yeah, we could add a sentence that the legislature keeps an archived audio version of every meeting and they can obtain that if they want to. Sure. Perfect. Unless there are any other questions or comments on all of the introductory meeting summaries, commission process, I'm going to move on to recommendations.
Great.
Okay.
And so we are good to go, Hillary. Thank you.
All right. So one question that we may want to talk about a little bit is how you want the votes to actually be presented in the report itself. This can be done in many different ways. We are going to do some revoting today, so it might make sense to see where some of those votes come out. But one thing did I see Senator Hickman raise your hand?
No, my hand is not raised.
Sorry. So anyway, we can talk about it a little bit later. We'll talk about the best way to make sure it's presented, that it's clear how everyone voted.
So I would just offer at the top of this, since we will revote, is that we're all here. Hopefully we'll all be here for all of the votes. If people oppose a recommendation, you will be noted in the footnote of the vote. And if you want to say why your vote was no in a sentence, I think that that's also an important thing to have if you choose to say why you said no. So that's my recommendation for how to record the votes. And if anybody wants to discuss that before we take any revotes, please raise your hand. Perfect. Speaker Fecto.
I would just say that I would prefer that the section, the part that reflects the vote, which currently shows who voted for and who was against, I would prefer that the vote be captured in totality. So if it's 12 to whatever, great. And then those who voted for and then those who voted against are noted, because I don't know, going through the report, there will be a lot of pages, and referencing back to who the members of the commission are every time you want to discern who was for and against could be a little tedious. So I just think it's nice to note all the members, whether they were for or against, and where they landed on each thing. So
perfect. And that's what we'll do.
All right. So after that, we will move on to the first two recommendations. I'm going to share my screen again. So the first recommendation we have is to allow accessory dwelling units by right in all zoning districts currently zoned for single family homes. The second recommendation is to eliminate single family zoning restrictions in all residential zones across the state by allowing up to 4 residential units on all lots in compliance with any health and safety requirements, such as minimum septic and lot sizes, and with a sunrise clause to provide adequate time for municipalities to prepare for this change. There are a couple comments specific to the recommendations, but I'm going to start with a comment that came from Director Brennan, which is that because recommendation 2 would include the same outcome as recommendation 1, that he would recommend that the 2 be combined. You may recall we did have some discussion at the last meeting about how there may be some overlap between those 2. Commissioner Golick provided a comment that while she supports both number 1 and 2, they would like to see them made stronger as they leave many factors to chance. For example, preferring if there were safeguards to ensure or at least incentivize that new units are affordable and accessible to people with low incomes and to people from racial and ethnic communities that have historically faced discrimination in housing.
So the question is, I'll try to take this one by one, in the sense that first, let me see a show of hands from the commission on whether or not we want to join 1 and 2 as a single recommendation instead of as 2 recommendations. And then we can get to how to word it before we vote on it.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Can I make the case against that real fast?
Okay.
These recommendations, we all, I think, hope that they'll become law. But the reality is one recommendation could become law and the other recommendation could not. So while in the work that we're doing here, it seems like those 2 things are the same, ADUs could pass as policy, but getting rid of single family zones could not. And so from my perspective, I think it's worthwhile to note that that one is a possible solution, the other one is a possible solution. Both could happen, one or the other could happen, but I think it's important to recognize them as 2 separate recommendations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Commissioner Cooper-Ryder.
That captures my comment. Just, it feels like this is 2 opportunities to accomplish something in this area. So
Thank
I would also agree that they should both stand.
Commissioner Levine.
Thanks. I would just add that allowing more than one unit on a lot and allowing accessory dwelling unit may apply in different circumstances. Although we're trying to minimize the restrictions on multifamily, there may be a situation where you can't build a two-family because of setbacks or something else, but you may be able to add an ADU in your attic or in your garage. So they're not exactly the same, even if they both pass.
Commissioner Brennan.
Thank you for the clarification, and you have adequately addressed my concern. I'll be happy to withdraw that recommendation.
Great, thank you. So we will take each and we'll begin with recommendation 1. Are there any comments that were added for recommendation 1 that we need to include in the narrative?
Sure. So the one I just read from Commissioner Golick, she actually, I believe, applied to both recommendation 1 and recommendation 2. But do you want me to just reread that quickly?
Please.
Nodding heads. That was that she would like to see them made stronger as they leave many factors to chance. For example, we would prefer if there were safeguards to ensure or at least incentivize that new units are affordable and accessible to people with low incomes and to people from racial and ethnic communities that have historically faced discrimination in housing.
Commissioner Golick.
I think that it's important that when we're writing this, because we're talking about housing shortage and affordability, that we put some safeguards and stipulation that a percentage or something, it's gonna happen, that some of these accessory dwellings, they could end up not affordable at all if we don't have any safeguards. And so that was why the whole, the recommendation that I sent into Hillary that she just read.
Thank you, Commissioner Golick. I'll turn to Commissioner Dufour.
My question with respect to that recommendation, and who's going to enforce this? I think this is outside of the realm of zoning, telling a private owner what he or she can charge for rent or sell or buy their home. I mean, I think this is outside of our purview with respect to looking at zoning.
Commissioner Pingree.
To follow Commissioner DeFore's comments, I like the word incentivize. I mean, there are some ordinance options. There are obviously programs that could involve Maine state housing or other things. So I think incentivizing or encouraging, I definitely think requiring would be difficult because we're now talking about sort of people's private property rights, their ability to develop their land. I did really like Commissioner Levine's discussion about, we're all concerned that we allow additional housing units and they all become Airbnbs and short-term rentals in the state of Maine. And what we're really trying to do is ensure more housing for Maine people. Obviously, if that can be affordable, that's even better. But I do think that at least in certain coastal parts of the state, that would be my sort of highest concern, is that we allow the development of a lot more units that are just short-term rentals. So I guess the question is whether or not we could just put in sort of softer language about municipalities looking for ways. I mean, I've seen some innovative programs in cities where they've actually provided small grants for accessory dwelling units that are affordable. So certainly municipalities or the state could offer programs like that, but I think limiting what people can do when they build these units could be quite challenging.
Thank you, Commissioner Pingree. Commissioner Golick.
Just to respond a little bit to Kate. I think there needs to be some incentive for affordable housing. I think, if a person's going to build it and it's not affordable, that they're gonna build it, right? But we should be giving incentives to those who are gonna build the affordable housing, to those who are gonna build it where, you know, for low-income people and from racial and ethnic communities that have historically faced discrimination in housing. We should be incentivizing those projects. We should be allowing the accessible dwellings. But I think a priority for incentives should be for those people who are going to make a commitment to making them affordable. And so that's my thought on that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Brennan.
Just to respond to Commissioner Golick, the funding that comes to Maine Housing and some, you know, I can't speak for all real estate transactions in the state, but certainly it's on our radar to incentivize through financial incentives the creation of this type of housing. And then any financing that we provide will have the concerns that you've addressed expressed. So I can assure you of that. I don't know if that gives you any more comfort. But again, to transactions that occur outside of Maine Housing, I would agree that trying to find out how to police that would be difficult or challenging. But so I think hopefully that will give you some comfort.
Would it be, oh, Commissioner Dufour.
I just wanted to respond. I agree that we should be incentivizing affordable housing. So I don't disagree with Commissioner Golick. The only thing is I don't think zoning can do it. So it may be a conversation or a recommendation that's better suited when we talk about incentives. And from the municipal perspective, you know, maybe whatever incentive program is created to help communities targets more towards you know, affordable workforce or senior housing. In addition, one of the issues that our members have raised, which may generate some support among members of this commission, is keeping that unit affordable. Because over time, you know, people want to recoup investments. And so we can't do that. I mean, we don't have the technical, maybe some communities have the technical expertise to do that, but we don't all have it. So that's another thing to address long-term. If we develop affordable housing, what covenants, deeds, restrictions need to be in place to keep it affordable, and who manages all of that?
Anyone else? I think it's important to say here that just to remember our role as commissioners. This report makes broad recommendations to the legislature based upon what we have all worked on. And then the legislature will either accept or reject those recommendations. If they accept them, they will accept them and do all of the work to get the details correct. And so if, again, I'll go back to our background paragraph. If in our background paragraph, we make it clear that affordable housing must be available to all people, that all people have I'll say it, a right to safe and affordable housing, especially those who have been disproportionately impacted, that we are at least giving the legislature the sense that that's what we have determined as a commission is important for us to try to make state policy around and then to put the details into the law. I don't know that we can be specific in every one of our recommendations because, again, we're not voting on changing the law. We're voting on recommending to the legislature to places where they should change the law. So I just want to keep that in front of our minds. I'll go to Commissioner Jackson. Oh, Commissioner Pingree, is your hand still up from before? You have something new to add? Okay, Commissioner Jackson.
Yeah, maybe this can be something we include in the additional recommendations that weren't specifically around housing. That could be a place for the incentives, the additional considerations, or as we get into the strengthening the Fair Housing Act, there could be two places where this conversation can be fuller developed as far as a recommendation.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Topman?
I agree with Commissioner Jackson. I think this could be captured better in a different part of the report. I worry a little bit that if we go down this road, that it sort of backfires on us, that folks, we're trying to increase the supply of housing. And if an owner says the numbers don't work because I need to charge less and to make these particularly affordable, they may just build nothing. And I don't think that's an outcome that we're after. And so I love as well, I think, to make them affordable is going to put huge demand on the funding of Commissioner Brennan's Maine State Housing Authority of, do you have the money to fund all of these additional units to make them affordable? Or are you going to steal from some other important program to do so? So I think there's a huge implication to making this change. I love the idea, but I think it would be better in a separate section, and would worry that if we become too prescriptive in what people have to do to increase the supply, that we may not get the supply increased at all.
Thank you, Commissioner. Speaker Fecto?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, there is a recommendation that we have related to incentives for municipalities to take a dive into reviewing zoning and land use restrictions. And I wonder if it may be worthwhile to include this concept within that recommendation, that the legislature might consider how to incentivize municipalities to subsequently incentivize the development of affordable housing. I'm sure Hillary probably could turn my words into something far more eloquent than what I just stated, but we have a recommendation related to incentives. It seems like that might be the best place to house this concept.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I agree that it can be in more than one place. Redundancy is sometimes a good thing, says the poet. Representative Arata.
Thank you. So currently it's illegal to ask for race or ethnicity on a rental application. And my concern with adding this requirement would be that some landlords, a small minority of them, might use that information to actually discriminate against people. And we'd have the opposite result from what you're looking for. It's my 2 cents.
Anyone else want to weigh in on these suggestions from Commissioner Golek on recommendation 1? Seeing none, Commissioner Golek, are you hearing anything that satisfies your concerns?
And just, I'm hoping that it gets included in here somewhere, even if it's in the, incentives of the part. I think that, part of this commission was to look at zoning and housing affordability. And if we don't put some incentives in there for housing affordability, I think that we risk, if we insensitize just all housing, we just risk a lot of expensive housing being built that isn't affordable. So I'd like to see something in there that's geared towards just giving those who are going to build some affordable housing incentives.
And I hear you. I will go to Commissioner Cooper Ryder in 1 second. I just want to ask that you are saying that it doesn't have to be in recommendation 1. These concerns can be addressed somewhere else in the report.
As long as they're going to be addressed somewhere else in the report, they don't have to be in number.
Thank you.
I'd like to see them addressed in the report.
Thank you, Commissioner Cooper Ryder.
I guess I wanted to just elaborate a little bit on what Commissioner Topman said. The production of affordable housing is an industry. There are specific sources of financing available. There are ways in which municipalities, who I think are very well aware of the need for the creation of affordable housing, can help. They can help by steering land that's city-owned or town-owned to developers of affordable housing. They can help by reducing application fees or reducing the time it takes to get through the approval process. There are all kinds of ways in which it can be incentivized at the municipal level, but it also costs the town money. So it costs money either through a specific financing program or through concessions that the town will give to create affordable housing. So I thought our intent here was first to say, let's just make it easy to create more housing, period. So if you're a single family home owner and you can, create a 2-unit or a 3-unit or 4-unit out of your home and create some rental housing, more supply will help a lot. And then we have other provisions in this report, specifically the density bonus that we were talking about, that should help incentivize affordable housing. So I hope that we're doing both and we're not trying to do everything in each one of these things. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anyone else want to weigh in on recommendation 1 and the narrative? So I don't see any more comments. I think we might want to take a revote on this because that's what we're going to do. I don't need a motion because this is just a recommendation that has already been voted on. And I guess if I need a motion, I'll ask for a motion to revote recommendation 1.
So moved.
It's been moved. Is there a second? It's been seconded by Commissioner Spalding. I'm going to take a revote on recommendation 1. Hillary, can you just please put it up on the screen so that if anyone is joining us late, they know what we're voting to recommend. So recommendation 1 is to allow accessory dwelling units by right in all zoning districts currently zoned for single family homes. If there's no further discussion, all in favor of this recommendation, please raise your hand. Either electronically or both, so we can get the vote correct. Hillary, can you see everyone's vote either by their actual hand or their yellow hand?
So yes,
Okay,
so
great.
I can see everyone by either their hand or their yellow hand. However, I believe that the YouTube feed does not show the yellow hand.
Right.
So if everyone wants to show me by actual hand, just so anyone watching in the public can also see, that would be great.
Great point. Thank you. This is why we have you.
And it looks to me like it is unanimous of everyone present.
That is correct. It is unanimous. Thank you. Moving on to recommendation 2.
Okay. So moving on to recommendation number 2 would be to eliminate single-family zoning restrictions in all residential zones across the state by allowing up to 4 residential units on all lots in compliance with any health and safety requirements, such as minimum septic and lot sizes, and with a sunrise clause to provide adequate time for municipalities to prepare for this change. So the first, which is actually a correction, which I want to thank Director Brennan for, was that on page 14 of this recommendation, the second paragraph, last sentence here, Director Brennan did provide a correction that it should read, while a project of up to 4 units in the same building is usually considered to be a multifamily single-family home, a project of more than 4 units is a multifamily residential property. I thank him for that correction. That being said, however, we did also receive, Director Brennan also had suggested actually dropping the sentence altogether, but said if we kept it, that's how we need to correct it. Commissioner Cooper-Ryder, on the other hand, did say that she agrees with his proposed edits, but would argue in favor of keeping it rather than deleting it. While it is a technical point, it is also an important distinction which might be material for readers of the report and for legislators who may be called upon to act upon the recommendations in the report.
Commissioner Brennan?
Thank you, Senator. I will I'll defer to Hillary and however the leadership thinks on whether we include it or not. I don't feel strongly one way or the other. If it provides more detail and adds more value, then that's fine. Hillary, on the rewrite, I thought I heard single family, multifamily in the first sentence there. I just want to, can you just read again the edit?
Sure. While a project of up to 4 units in the same building is usually considered to be a single family home, a project of more than 4 units is a multifamily residential property.
Thank you. That's
I
great.
probably just misread it the first time.
Great.
Representative Arata, did you have your hand up from before, or you got something new? Okay, no problem. Any other discussion on recommendation 2? It was unanimous of all present and voting at our last meeting. Hillary, did you?
There were a couple other comments on
okay.
recommendation 2.
Yep.
We're finished with that one. We'll make that edit, but keep it. Does that work for everyone?
I see no objections to keeping it. I think we can keep it.
There are 2 more comments on this recommendation, and I can read both of them, and then I will stop the screen share.
Thank you.
The first one was from Commissioner Jackson, and he indicated that it was his understanding that this was minimum septic and lot sizes indicated by the state. If that is not the case, he would amend his vote and would like his reasoning noted and to perhaps suggest different wording. Additionally, there was a concern about expressing that the commission as a whole agrees that municipalities have the right to enact more stringent zoning laws, which he felt is not the case. I do remember there was some back and forth on that one. The other comment that we received on this recommendation is from Commissioner Levine, who added that the recommendation should clarify the elements that may limit a lot to 1 unit of housing, such as the health and safety requirements outlined in the last paragraph, are not zoning issues and can be regulated outside of zoning mechanism. However, they should not be used as a de facto zoning to reduce housing production. And he would add that historic preservation as a similar element, a valid issue that should not be utilized to have the effect of reducing housing production potential.
Wow, thank you. I will start with Commissioner Jackson, if you could provide some clarity on your comment.
Sure. Much of the same reason with accessory dwelling units, how the manipulation of zoning lot sizes and septic sizes can prevent more housing being created, and that can be a deterrent from creating that housing and can stop the creation that we're trying to see.
Thank you. Does anyone have a comment on that from the commission? Seeing Commissioner Pingree.
I guess I'm just trying to clarify again. So Commissioner Jackson is wanting to ensure we're talking about like the state that we had heard from DEP, they have a specific state septic. So we would be talking about the state standards. You couldn't generate a new local standard. That's your concern. Yeah.
Commissioner Dufour.
So if that's the understanding on both recommendation 1 and recommendation 2, I'm going to ask for a revote of recommendation 1, because what's key to our support for both ADUs and the elimination of single family lots only is local regulatory control. There has to be some way that communities can regulate development within their communities. Now, if the state wants to provide guidance or guardrails, that's one thing. But for the state to come in and adopt a one-size-fits-all approach for every community isn't for us. So I would offer a minority report with respect to both 1 and 2 that retains local authority to regulate.
Speaker Fecto.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess on this particular one and on ADUs, I guess I want to understand Commissioner Jackson's point more clearly, because it sounds like the goal is to prevent municipalities from having additional requirements in place. Is that what? So like, if there's going to be a 4-unit building on what was previously a single family lot, they wouldn't be able to say how much of that property takes up the totality of the land. Is that what I'm hearing? Like those sorts of things? Like I think, at least when I voted, I anticipated that municipalities would still have some degree of approval process and standards in place related to construction of buildings, just as they do now. I don't know. I could see the value of having no rules whatsoever in terms of like things would happen, but I also don't think that's in the true spirit of making sure that, you know, communities ultimately feel like what is happening in their town makes sense. And so, you know, I think this recommendation was a huge step forward as currently drafted. And I don't really know where we would be headed if we were saying, no, you can't do this, no, you can't do that, no, you can't do that. Now, if there are specific things that we could discuss here that could get a general consensus, like, no, the municipality cannot impose a setback of, you know, a certain amount of feet on a 4-unit building, then maybe we have a discussion, we land on a place that makes sense. But I feel like there are so many different layers to this that it could really hinder our ability to make progress, but it's just my perspective.
Commissioner Cooper Ryder. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I guess I just wanted to offer that as a practical matter. Simply making this change from 1 unit to 4 is going to make every property owner and every developer and everybody who's in support of affordable housing think hard about how to make it work on what land or opportunities are available. And there still will be constraints that are also in the public interest that should stay in place, like lot coverage. You know, there are things related to, you know, water and sewer and clean air and clean water that all relate to real estate development. And I agree with Commissioner Fecto that if we dive into this, I think it will be very difficult to come out of it with consensus, both in this meeting, and I think it will be much more difficult for the legislature to enact. We aren't really going to know what the impact is and what ways in which people who would like to avoid the creation of more housing will go about trying to do that. I mean, traditionally, we know that setbacks are one way, lot coverage is lot coverage, that's not a good example. Setbacks are one way, parking requirements are another way. You know, we've called out the ones that are easy. The ones that are more difficult are going to take much more time than we have. So I would be in favor of keeping it simple so we can get it done.
Thank you, Commissioner. Representative Arata.
Thank you. I agree with much of what's been said already. My understanding with this recommendation was that the requirements for multifamily housing cannot be more strict than for single family housing. And that would kind of prevent them from, you know, different municipalities from being sneaky and changing the zoning if this passes. So, I mean, maybe that would be helpful to add. But I agree with what's been said by the last couple of speakers. Thanks.
Anyone else want to weigh in on this discussion? Speaker Fecto.
Thank you. I mean, that's an interesting point from Representative Arata. I'm not sure if we contemplated that particular note of, outside of the fact that, you know, this recommendation is saying, if you have a single family lot, you own the property, you can build one, you could build a single family home, you could build a 2-unit building, you could build a 4-unit. I'm not sure we contemplated whether or not we're saying you cannot impose more something more restrictive in terms of requirements on that 4-unit lot as you would a 1-unit. I'm not sure, Commissioner Dufour, if you have any perspective on that and whether or not that would be, an additional sentence here that could garner your support as well, because I think that could be helpful to closing this loop potentially.
I think it depends on how it's structured. It could be the case where if you have a 4-unit and you're putting far more impact on a public water or sewer system, the restrictions may be a little different. So it depends what the definition of more stringent is. If you say, okay, you have 4 units, but now you have to have this type of capacity. So I think it's not as cut and dried as we would like it to be. I mean, each situation brings on to itself a different set of circumstances and issues that need to be addressed.
Commissioner Jackson.
Yeah, and I think where we're getting at is the root of my concern is the manipulation of zoning laws to counteract this recommendation. Is there concern with the state's guidance and regulation currently on minimum septic and lot sizes? Is it failing in some way? Because I haven't heard anything to that it has been. So by sticking to those requirements and those sessions, and whether it be the state and so that is, I think, like the last speaker has said, that is where I'm trying to make sure that it's not navigated around through changing zoning requirements that prevents a single family zoning that you could healthily have a septic, an appropriate living space, but they want to not have that creation. So that is why I think the way it's written, it allows for some navigation around the recommendation.
Commissioner Dufour, and then Commissioner Hill.
And so just a response and an observation. Response to Commissioner Jackson is when the state adopts models or minimums, they are protecting their own interests. They are protecting, in this case, water resources or natural resources. When we adopt ordinances, we are trying to protect our own resources. And I don't think the state has the capacity, the skills, the resources, the people necessary to go into each community and determine what needs to be addressed. So I think that is best left to the municipalities. And when I say municipalities, I'm talking about me, I'm talking about you, I'm talking about all of us. We're all members of a community and we can affect change if we so choose. The observation is, I'm coming to this meeting and I've been an honest broker and I've participated in conversations and we talk about partnership, but it's wicked hard to continue to say, yes, let's partner when we're called manipulative, sneaky. I mean, this, you all live in a community. I mean, do you really think everybody who's elected to represent you or is on your planning board gets up every morning and says, how am I going to hurt people? We don't do that. So yeah, do we make mistakes? Absolutely. But I would like to walk down this path as partners and not being just continuously pointed to as the bad guy. So thank you for allowing me to editorial.
Commissioner Hill.
Thank you. I was just going to add that to your question about if there's ever been any problems or malfunctions with the state level septic ordinances, not in my experience. I would encourage you to trust the local municipalities and understand that anything that they're doing is to protect their local resources. And just because a single family zone, in theory, we could put now 4 units there, doesn't mean that the utilities that are in place can support that in a healthy and safe manner that protects, the resources, the water, the septic, etc. And so I think that I was under the impression when I was voting that it would still encourage local municipality control to trust that they're going to make the best judgment as far as protecting those resources and making sure that the development is done in a healthy way. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Pingree.
Thanks. Sorry, I was reading the language next door here. I guess I just, in a way it's already been said, but I actually just want to mark the significance of Kate's support on behalf of Maine Municipal. And I think the thinking about a proposal going to the legislative session, doing it in partnership with towns is actually a very significant deal. And I would just say, I mean, I think Commissioner Cooper Ryder maybe mentioned this, but I think the addition alone of ADUs and this 4-unit opportunity is going to make a very big difference in many towns. I mean, think of the entire city of Portland, where there's single family zones, you could put a 4-unit building. I think that this is actually a very big step. I don't, as with all legislating, things go into place. There could be one town that comes up with a very creative ordinance that makes it challenging. Again, I mean, I certainly take Kate's point. I don't think most town municipal officials go to work saying, how can I prevent affordable housing? And I think the reason she's here today and being such actually a bold broker is because towns do recognize how significant a challenge this is. So I guess I would just say, I really hope we don't backtrack. I think the first 2 recommendations are a significant step forward in allowing towns to have some time to think about how they could best implement them. I think the point, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that by right means you can't, this is still this is the pathway moving forward. It still is up to some local considerations, but you can't find a way to prevent it with local ordinances. So I guess I would say, while I hear different concerns, I feel very strongly that we want to keep the support of communities. And I think Kate's really come to the table in a way that is incredibly significant. So I guess on that, I would just, if leaving it where we are, this would make a huge difference.
Thank you, Commissioner Pingree. So the language that is in the draft before us with the suggested corrections is as follows, Hillary.
I'm not sure what you mean specifically by suggested corrections.
The language, meaning the comments that were received from commissioners. What would recommendation 2 look like as is voted on previously and with the comments that have come in from commissioners that we have discussed?
Sure. So it sounds to me like for now, the bold point single sentence recommendation would remain the same unless you voted to include Commissioner Jackson's suggestion about adding in that the minimum septic and lot sizes indicated by the state. That would be the only comment that's actually specific to the sort of bold 1-sentence recommendation.
Okay.
The corrections for the narrative, supporting narrative of the recommendation would make that one technical correction suggested by Commissioner Brennan about the single family home, not commercial, to multi-residential.
Yep.
And we haven't really discussed much, but the other comment was from Commissioner Levine about clarifying that elements that may limit a lot to 1 unit of housing, such as health and safety, are not zoning issues and can be regulated outside of the zoning mechanism. But you haven't discussed that much, so I'm not sure where you are on that one.
Commissioner Levine, did you want to add anything to that comment? I understand it. I don't know if you wanted to say more about that and if the commission wants to include that or not.
I think it's really just a clarification of it. There's existing language in there, but it sort of implies that a lot of this is really zoning related, and some of it's not. But I guess just in the bigger picture, the idea that other tools shouldn't have the intent of removing the ability to do more than 1 unit on a lot. And I agree that we should keep it fairly general in the interests of moving forward, but there will need to be some, I think the term was guardrails used, that so that any limits are legitimate, for example. So yeah, mostly what I'm saying is clarifications.
Thank you. Commissioner Jackson.
Yeah, I would, if by right was added into this recommendation and discussion about the guardrails to to prevent that circumventing of the recommendation, I would be on board.
So by right is a part of the recommendation, is that correct? It's not. Okay. Any other comments from the commission on this recommendation as written or any suggested amendments to it? I will then ask for, is there any objection to including the clarification from Commissioner Levine, from anyone on the commission? Seeing no objection, I will ask for a motion to revote recommendation 2. And Hillary, can you please put it up on the screen again?
Sure. Do you want me to read it as is or, okay.
Mhm.
The current recommendation would be to eliminate single-family zoning restrictions in all residential zones across the state by allowing up to 4 residential units on all lots in compliance with any health and safety requirements, such as minimum septic and lot sizes, and with a sunrise clause to provide adequate time for municipalities to prepare for this change.
Speaker Fecto. Thank you, Hillary.
Just to clarify, is Commissioner Jack, are we voting on, would this current vote take into account the by right language that Commissioner Jackson just mentioned?
It would not,
Okay.
unless that is what someone wants to do. And again, we can have a split vote. It doesn't. I don't know if there is a lot of support for adding by right. And so I don't have to call the vote, but we can discuss that particular piece if we would like. Speaker Fecto, did you have an idea about that?
I would just like more clarity about the nuance between by right and the original language that he suggested. I don't quite understand what the difference would be.
I mean, I don't either. I think that if, and Commissioner Jackson, correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds like Commissioner Jackson, what I'm hearing is he wants to ensure that municipalities can't be more restrictive, because if they are allowed to be more restrictive, they might use those restrictions to circumvent the intent of the recommendation. Is that a correct summary of what I'm hearing, or am I missing something, Commissioner Jackson?
Oh, that is correct. And I say by right because it seems it has some meaning, and we used it in the first one by right, and and it sounds like that indicates that is how we have to move forward, and that is how that language is used, correct?
Hillary, I'll let Hillary answer this first, Commissioner Dufour, and then I'll let you respond.
Yes, so the very first recommendation provides that accessory dwelling units are allowed by right in all zoning districts currently zoned for single family homes. I'm not an expert in this area, and so I'm a little hesitant to weigh in too much, but I do believe that the term by right does imply streamlining of the process for approvals. And I'm sure someone on here can correct me if I'm wrong, but there may be a process difference by including that language, but I'm not 100% on that.
Thank you, Hillary. Commissioner Dufour.
I think the concern by right is not every unit is suited for every type of development. So you could have a lot that could handle a 3-unit building, but not a 4-unit. So I think by, if I have 1/10 of an acre of a lot, I don't think I should be by right be able to put a 4-unit if it doesn't fix. So there has to be some flexibility. I think there's a difference between an ADU and a 4-unit complex on every on every lot that's zoned for single family. So that's.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think that clarifies it a bit more for me. Senator Pouliot.
Yeah, so it's still not clear to me, maybe it's been discussed and I missed it, but what about, what effect would deeded subdivision requirements have on this? Because, you know, I'm just going to use myself as a personal example. You know, I live in what was once a subdivision, which, you know, obviously has some deed restrictions in it that don't allow for certain things like chickens and goats. And I have a neighbor that's got chickens and nobody really seems to care, right? But it also says that every house in this subdivision, which was created in the 80s and parts of it in the early 90s, shall not be anything other than a single family dwelling residence. And that's protected in the deed. So I'm assuming that deed restrictions would override this zoning piece, or would they not? That's very important to me.
Commissioner Cooperrider.
I believe that deed restrictions would override the law.
If in fact the deed restrictions would override the law, then I would be in support of this. If not, I would be vehemently opposed to it.
Commissioner Hill.
Yeah, I believe that deed restrictions come first, which is why I believe that the by right language is best not used here.
It's interesting. I don't want to go down a rabbit hole, but deed restrictions are not always preempting the law. We've seen that in some committee work around, well, clamming, for instance. In any event, I think that I am going to call for a vote or a motion to revote this as written, and then we will take the vote. And if people don't want to vote for it as written and want to put a minority report out, that's fine. Hillary.
I just want to clarify that revote as written with the correction from Commissioner Brennan and with the clarification from Commissioner Levine.
That is correct. I'll entertain a motion on Representative Arata.
Thank you. Could we also in the notes clarify that deed restrictions would supersede this, assuming they don't violate fair housing laws?
I don't know that it's necessary, but
it might be redundant, but it might help us get this passed. Sometimes you have to put things right in front of people's faces so they know what you mean.
I think the reason why I say that is because courts have sometimes invalidated deed restrictions. That's all I want to say on that. But if it's needed in order for people to vote for it, fine. But that really is a question that's out of our purview, to be quite honest. Senator Pouliot.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I mean, there are deeds terribly that say like no black people shall live here. I mean, that's ridiculous, but that was something that people used to put in, you know what I mean? So obviously that's a violation of fair housing law. So I'm not, you know, I just think that this is extremely important that we increase density for sure. But I also think that we need to be respectful of people's, you know, when people made an acquisition of a property and may have done that based on certain analysis of what is and is not allowed in that area beyond zoning, you know what I mean? And, you know, that to me is just extremely important in terms of our, you know, a bundle of rights that go with a property. Because myself as a realtor, not talking as a legislator, just a realtor, and maybe Madeline will agree, but you know, if we review a deed with somebody and we say that these are the things that you can expect by living in this subdivision because these are the subdivision requirements. Now, obviously that has to be kind of policed more locally, if you will. Then people have some level of assurance about what to expect to be happening in that area over a period of time. So I just, I think I'm going to hold off on voting in support of this because I just need more clarity and assurance on that at this point. But I don't want folks to think that it's that I'm opposed to increasing density, because I think that that's how we're going to address in part this issue that we have, but I just, I'm concerned about that piece.
Commissioner Levine?
I'd recommend we be silent on the issue of deed restrictions because I think it's not zoning related, and B, I think it's a really complicated issue that we just are not going to be able to resolve that quickly. I agree that oftentimes they supersede zoning, but they may not always, and I don't think we can answer that right now.
That is correct. That is my opinion as well. Are there any other comments on this? Seeing none, I will entertain a motion to revote recommendation 2 as written with the updated clarifications.
So moved.
It's been moved by Speaker Fecto, seconded by Commissioner Topman. Is that a second, sir? Great. Any further discussion on this recommendation? So all in favor of the recommendation as written with the corrections, please raise your hand. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. All opposed? And Commissioner Jackson, did you vote?
I'd like to abstain.
So the general rule of thumb, which we are now going to discuss, is that if we're present, we vote.
Okay.
So you have to vote yay or nay, sir.
All right. I'll vote against. I would like the wording by right included, and yeah.
Okay. It will be 13 votes in favor of recommendation 2, 2 votes opposed to recommendation 2, and Commissioner Jackson's note will be made in the report.
Yeah, I can.
Senator Pouliot, did you want to say why you are voting no or not, or just leave it as a no vote?
No, just what I already mentioned verbally is fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that response. You just want it as an opposition?
Yeah, that's fine for now.
Okay. Thank you.
We're gonna have plenty
Sorry.
of time to discuss it in the legislature.
Exactly. That's exactly right. Okay, thank you. Moving on to recommendation number 3.
Moving on to recommendation number 3, which was to prohibit growth caps on the production of new affordable housing. We did receive 2 comments relevant to this recommendation. The first comment from Commissioner Dufour is that MMA's housing group opposes the recommendation to cap or eliminate growth limits. It is a one-size-fits-all approach that will limit the ability of communities to appropriately manage growth and plan and finance adequate infrastructure improvements. Instead, the state should provide municipalities with the resources and assistance necessary to assess the need for and the extent to which growth limitations are adopted. The second comment came from Commissioner Levine, which is that this recommendation text should clarify that both ways of framing the growth cap issue received a majority vote of the commission, so we should support either approach. And if you recall, there was some conversation about whether it would be just a cap on production of affordable housing or a cap on all housing.
That's it for the feedback. Thank you. So I missed this discussion. I'm going to ask, I'll put Commissioner Levine on the spot and just say, can you summarize for us what you just said in your comment, but also why you supported this to begin with?
Sure. I think it's just a clarification. I think the way it's written right now, if you read it quickly, you may think that one of the 2 versions didn't get a majority. I think they both did. I think one got more votes than the other. So that's just a wording thing. I think there's a challenge with growth caps in terms of how they get used. And I think the majority of the group here felt that the negative impacts of limiting housing production might outweigh the benefits of why growth caps were allowed in the first place, at least for right now.
Thank you. Any other comments from Commission? Let's see, where did my participant screen go? Speaker Fecto.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I hate to keep putting Commissioner Dufour on the spot, but I know that she abstained at the original meeting when we discussed this recommendation. I would wonder if I don't know if the Commissioner Dufour, if you took it back to the working group at MMA and whether or not their position, what your position might be on this.
It's opposed.
I did.
I'm sorry.
I did take it back to our commission, our internal committee, and for the reasons that Hillary just read, oppose it. I think we would be better suited if communities had tools and resources necessary to assess a need and the implementation of an impact fee or a growth cap. I'm sorry. But to just eliminate or prohibit municipalities from using that as an appropriate tool. I mean, we have to manage finances in a responsible way. And so that's part of this discussion. So I fully expect to be in the minority on this one, but I will be voting against it.
And just as a point of clarification, the working group was also opposed to a growth cap related to affordable units. So they're not in favor of any kind of nuance here. They oppose it generally.
For the exact same reason, that the type of development really doesn't have, whether it's affordable or market rate, they have impacts on communities' infrastructure, whatever it might be, sewer, water, road infrastructure. And so our members believe it's best to retain that authority to more appropriately manage our finances and our infrastructure.
And one additional follow-up, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Of course.
Are there growth caps related to commercial developments in any municipalities in the state?
Good question. I don't know.
Does anyone?
I would just say that I would change my vote to eliminate growth caps altogether. I think I was reflected in the straw poll as on the side of just as it relates to affordable units, but I was on that side of the vote, hoping that MMA would ultimately be supportive of some nuanced approach to this issue, but without their support, I'm supportive of just generally eliminating a growth cap, because I think it is an artificial way of addressing the need. I think it's an artificial way of addressing growth, and I think it's a huge hindrance to addressing our housing shortage. And I would suspect, if I had to guess, I don't want to assume, but I suspect there's not a single community in this state that has a growth cap on commercial properties.
So I just want to understand, Hillary, can you please put that recommendation back up on the screen? Thank you. So it sounds like, and it's only on one, Commissioner Levine said there were 2 votes on this. What am I missing?
Yes, if I may.
Thank you.
There was a robust discussion at the October 28th meeting about this recommendation. And what we did at the time, since we were taking straw votes, was there was initially a straw vote to recommend a prohibition on all caps. And at that time, that vote received 8 votes in favor, 3 were opposed, and 2 were abstaining at that time. And then immediately following, there was a straw vote on the prohibition on caps with the production of new affordable housing. That second vote received 10 votes in favor with 1 opposed. And that opposition, I believe, was because that person, and this is Representative Arata, so she will correct me if I'm incorrectly characterizing her opposition, but I believe it was because she was in favor of the prohibition on all caps. So at the time, we went with the affordable housing recommendation because it received a greater majority.
I got it.
But I think there was an intent that this would receive some more conversation when those abstaining came back with more information.
Okay. So I will ask Speaker Fecto to clarify what he said in light of what I just learned.
So I am changing. I was someone that voted against the total cap hoping that eliminating the cap on affordable housing specifically would garner the most support and perhaps even a unanimous vote or close to. But given the new information that our friends at MMA were not supportive of this concept, that I would support a elimination of caps altogether. So that's where I'll land. So I'm in the Representative Arata camp now.
Okay. And Commissioner Pingree.
Sorry to go backwards, but I'm just trying to recall what we learned about the significance of caps in general. I mean, I remember somebody brought up, it was a Portland suburb town had a cap, Yarmouth or Falmouth in housing units, and that was preventing the growth of housing. But does any housing expert or anybody else in this group, can they recall that there are a lot of towns hitting these caps and that's preventing the creation of more housing units?
Anyone have an answer? Commissioner Cooper-Ryder.
So to answer that question directly, the only caps that I've ever encountered have been caps that would prevent the creation of affordable housing. So I haven't done a lot of commercial development, so I can only speak to the housing piece. I personally am in favor of getting rid of caps. There are so many other ways to execute your land planning.
Commissioner Topman.
I might be dating myself a little bit, but we certainly have experienced growth caps quite significantly in New Hampshire, and it's really problematic in trying to do development there. It seems to me, I vaguely remember reading years ago, there were a number of York County kind of rural communities that all seem to have some very limiting growth caps. I don't know whether those have been lifted or not, but I think historically that was the case.
Thank you. Representative Arata, I am putting you on the spot because you were in a position that now seems like may have more support. And I just wanted to hear, because I wasn't at the meeting, I just wanted to hear what your concerns were about the two different approaches to cap reduction, elimination.
Oh boy, it's been, what's it been, a month? I remember. I think I just, I wanted it to be fair, you know, for people of all incomes. Can I take my victory lap now that you're agreeing with me? Some people, that never happens. Let's savor it, write down the date. Thank you.
Commissioner Topman. I'm sorry, Commissioner Levine. I apologize.
Thanks. I'm aware of at least one community that currently is dealing with a growth cap that's limiting an interest in significant housing production, market rate housing production.
So I will request then, or I'll ask, were there any comments other than the clarification from Commissioner Levine on this recommendation, Hillary?
The two comments I had were from Commissioner Dufour in opposition and from Commissioner Levine.
Yep.
The one thing, and I don't want to jump ahead, but to the extent the commission is thinking of moving a slightly different recommendation, I may ask you to restate some of the rationale and reason. I heard some of it, but I did not capture all of it for the report because that will need to be written down.
Correct. So I would ask for Speaker Fecto to express why you would be changing your vote, since you had a strategy in mind that didn't actually come through, and maybe you can help Hillary get down to what this next motion will be.
Yeah, I mean, I think ultimately my support for eliminating caps altogether is, I think we just had a robust discussion about some of the tools municipalities already have to consider projects, reject projects if they don't fit within certain lot requirements, I think communities can still plan for general goals as to what they would like, but to impose an artificial cap, for example, we heard about a community that had a cap of 250 units. I think it was 250 units. It just seems totally arbitrary to say, we want housing to be capped on a yearly basis at this level. Well, what if you had a project proposed one year and then you don't have any projects proposed the next year? And so, in some, you've prevented housing from being built because in 1 year the project proposed exceeded the cap, but in year 2, 0 projects move forward and you don't hit the cap. You don't even get anywhere near the cap. It just seems like municipalities have the tools to already within their purview to review projects, approve projects, reject projects. Having an artificial barrier in place, I think is just cumbersome. And I was hoping that perhaps making this elimination narrow to affordable housing would draw more support. That did not happen from everyone, from folks that I thought might be supportive if it were more narrow. So therefore, I'm supporting just the general elimination altogether, so that we're not gearing it towards just affordable housing, but we're also talking about introducing market rate housing as well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Arata.
Thank you. I just remembered exactly what I said last time, is that production of more units will eventually create affordable housing because of the supply-demand dynamic. Also, I wanted to make sure and note that nothing in this motion prohibits a municipality from saying, hey, we don't have the water or sewer capacity for more housing in a certain area at this time. We're going to have to put some money into our infrastructure before we can allow housing to be built there. I mean, I think that that's pretty well understood. I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page.
Thank you.
Great. Thanks.
I now understand what I missed. Thank you all very much. Are there any other points of discussion on this recommendation? So I am going to just entertain a motion on this.
Commissioner Dufour.
Oh, yes. Hi, Commissioner Dufour.
Just
Screens pop around when people raise their hands. It's awesome.
I would just, moving forward, whatever my minority report be, if it could, if the record could reflect the fact that we are asking, rather than an abolishment of impact fees, we're asking for technical assistance and guidance in adopting appropriate impact fees when they are deemed necessary. So I want that to, I would like the record to reflect my objection and my recommendation as well.
Thank you. That is what we would want. So I am going to entertain a motion on this recommendation and let whoever makes it state it.
I would move that we recommend the elimination of growth caps on the production of housing, no adjective in front of housing. And I think we would also take into account, well, I think Commissioner Levine's point is now null and void because the straw poll situation probably won't be relevant anymore. Okay, so that's my motion.
So it's been moved by Speaker Fecto, seconded by Commissioner Topman. Any discussion on the motion? We have heard what Commissioner Dufour's objection will be, and it will be duly noted. And unless Hillary needs to hear it again, we'll go from there. But all in favor of the motion, please raise your hand visibly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. All opposed, please raise your hand. 1, 14-1. Commissioner Dufour's minority report will be one more time, Commissioner. Commissioner Dufour, just in case someone is joining us, they would like to know what your minority report would be. You are on mute.
Yep, finally figured out how to unmute, sorry. So the minority report is in lieu of an abolishment of this tool, that communities are provided the technical assistance necessary to devise tools that are meeting, I can't remember what I said, but that are appropriate to manage growth and not being used to circumvent greater development within the community.
Thank you. Next, Hillary, whenever you're ready. I will ask, it's 3:05. Does anyone need a break? Staff included. Any commissioner need a break? I will certainly, I start with staff because they don't get to just turn their screens off and go away. Are you okay, Hillary?
Yes, I'm still good.
Let's move on.
All right. We will move on to number 4. So this was a recommendation about eliminating zoning provisions that include minimum income requirements. And there was definitely a little bit of confusion about exactly where we were talking about and where this came from. Specifically, I believe something had come up about Auburn. And so Commissioner Dufour did provide the following comment, which is that, as Commissioner Spalding and Arata noted, the ordinance requires certain levels of income to be raised on agricultural land. Per the ordinance, in the agricultural zone, which comprises over 40% of the city's total land mass, you can only build a residence if more than 30% of your income is derived from farming. The elimination of this practice is supported by MMA Working Group. We also heard a comment based on that, I believe, from Commissioner Levine, that this recommendation appears to be based on a situation in Auburn related to agricultural zones and may not be critical to the Commission's recommendations.
Thank you. I was definitely confused about this recommendation, what it was actually trying to do. And I'm going to go to Commissioner Spalding because her hand is raised.
Thank you, Senator Hickman. I'm concerned about this one too, and I guess I feel like the recommendation generally is, I was fully supportive of it, but as I thought more about the creative approach that Auburn was taking to try to protect farmland, I worry. And so I guess I'm just thinking that, that the approach they took to protect farmland, 40% of the land bases in ag zoning. I think that Auburn has been a model in promoting local foods and catalyzing the local foods economy. And the other piece of it that I don't think we discussed, but I'm pretty sure is part of their ordinance, is that you can build on that ag land, not only if you derive 30% of your income from it, but also if you're building farm worker housing, which we know is critically important, or which I've shared. That was one of the sort of, it's in the appendix in my comments. So I guess I just worry about, where I don't want income to be a barrier to housing and housing development, or I also feel like if there are creative approaches for protecting farmland and promoting farm worker housing, I think we need to recognize that, at least acknowledge it in this report. And the state needs to work with municipalities in helping them figure out how to protect farmland. So there are a couple of other places here where I'm thinking more about how this overall report can at least acknowledge that there is a critical need to protect farmland from housing development, and at the same time figure out how to place it so that we are addressing the housing crisis and providing farm worker housing.
It's complicated. Thank you, Commissioner. Speaker Fecto.
I wonder if it might be worthwhile for us to withdraw this recommendation entirely. I think it is very specific to Auburn. I don't think we've had any other recommendation that resulted or probably only impacts one specific municipality. I also think the original vote was clearly misguided because it literally, the recommendation here says eliminate zoning provisions that include minimum income requirements, meaning that you have, that there was that there. I think the assumption was that there was an ordinance imposing that someone had a minimum income in order to build housing, and I think we've learned through clarification that in fact the provision in place was about where your income was derived. So with all that being said, I personally would like to see this recommendation withdrawn, knowing that Representative Bickford does have a bill in to address this and address other things related to this whole topic. And I think there will be robust debate in the legislature. I just don't know whether or not it fits into a broader vision of how we advance the access to housing or housing opportunities by addressing zoning and land use restrictions. I'm not even sure, I won't get into it, but I'm not even sure if this is necessarily a zoning ordinance or if it's a ordinance generally speaking. But I guess it gets into agricultural zones, so perhaps a bit, but that's my thoughts on this.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It sounded like, again, in hindsight, that the provision may have had some negative impact on the taxation, but it was put there to ensure that farmland was farmland and that it would not turn into a housing development across the board. And to see that a house could still be built so long as it was there to provide housing for farm workers also was an exception a bit to the nuance of the rule in Auburn itself. And I don't know that that necessarily extends to any other part of the state. Commissioner Dufour.
So with apologies to the members of the commission for taking us down a completely wrong path, I would recommend that we pull or withdraw this recommendation.
So it's been now, I would say, moved and seconded that we withdraw this recommendation, and there certainly are concerns. Is there anyone who would like to speak to the motion to withdraw this recommendation? Seeing no discussion, all those in favor of withdrawing this recommendation entirely, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. It is unanimous. 15. Thank you. Moving right along. Thank you.
I can say thank you for ensuring that I didn't spend too much time writing it.
Sometimes it all comes together, Hillary. Okay, we have more to go. We are now at recommendation
5.
5. Thank you.
And which will be the new recommendation 4. But this is recommendation 5, and we did receive a few comments. I'm going to start with the first 2 because these come from Commissioner Brennan and Commissioner Cooper-Ryder. Commissioner Brennan commented that minimum lot sizes and parking requirements are 2 different issues, one typically favored in urban areas and one typically favored in rural areas, and he would recommend breaking them apart into second recommendations. Commissioner Golick mentioned that she fully supports this, but also agrees with Commissioner Brennan's recommendation that there are 2 different issues, one typically favored in urban areas and one favored in rural areas, and breaking them apart into separate recommendations. Commissioner Cooper-Ryder commented that she agrees that they are 2 different issues for the same reason, but for this reason, combining them into one recommendation means it could have an impact in any municipality. So I think the first question is whether you want to keep this as one recommendation or whether you want to split this into 2 separate recommendations.
Thank you for that. I think that I haven't made any recommendations, but I'm going to say that I would lean toward a language change to try to incorporate the feedback that I just heard. And that would be to say reduce minimum lot sizes or relax parking requirements or to support diversity of housing sizes and types as appropriate for the nature of the municipality. I mean, we're just really talking about, we know that there's nuance between rural and urban, but the recommendation is just broad enough that we're not actually going to decide where those things may be relaxed, if that makes any sense. Commissioner Pingree?
We're all getting a little hazy on where we were when we had this meeting last time in this discussion. Not to complicate it, but jumping ahead, I mean, I think this is quite a vague recommendation. We're not saying specifically parking details. We're not saying specifically minimum lot size. And I think it's hard to be specific because there are different conditions. And honestly, we would like there to be less parking in some urban areas to encourage the production of housing, but we're not going to come up with that formula today and impose it through state law, I don't believe. So I'm looking at number 6 about providing technical and financial assistance. I think that one of the things that we are trying to help towns do is consider their parking requirements, for example, or lot sizes based on components of the community. So again, if 5 is going to be so vague, which I think it's appropriately so, because we can't easily just impose a certain standard, and we've done a lot, I think, in recommendations 1 and 2. I wonder about folding this into technical and financial assistance. And we could say these are 2 examples of the kinds of things that we could provide support to communities in how they parking and lot sizes as 2 examples of things they might change in their ordinances.
Thank you, Commissioner Hillary.
Commissioner Pingree sort of segues into the next 2 comments, so I thought it might be helpful if I just read them to you now as well. And that is because Commissioner Jackson had commented specifically that he wanted to abstain due to the vagueness of this recommendation, that he supported parking caps and lot sizes no more stringent than state requirements. But again, because it was so vague, he wasn't in support of it. And Commissioner Levine was providing a little bit more clarification, which whether you leave it as a standalone recommendation or you do fold it into the next recommendation. Commissioner Levine had noted that this recommendation should include an explanation that parking requirements limit housing development, either intentionally or unintentionally, and are often excessive with respect to the actual parking need. And that it should also clarify that the commission is not recommending statewide parking maximums, so developers and communities would still be free to discuss the appropriate parking level without a one-size-fits-all minimum.
Thank you for that. Speaker Fecto.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also agree with Commissioner Pingree, and I also think it might be worthwhile to add this particular recommendation as example when we turn to recommendation 8, which was creating the incentive program. So this could be if we keep intact recommendation 8, which is incentivizing municipalities to look at their zoning and land use restrictions, and through that work where they should hone in, or where they might hone in on making changes to improve conditions for the potential development of housing. These could be 2 things that they consider, looking at lot sizes and parking requirements. And so I think what Commissioner Pingree said, and then also maybe a little bit of copy and paste action over onto recommendation 8 as well. And I would support, I guess, in essence, withdrawing this recommendation as well. Although I did like the idea that there'd be 10 recommendations, because that seems like a nice number, but I guess 9 recommendations will have to suffice. But maybe we'll eliminate some others along the way.
Well, I think 8 is the best number. So let's get to 8. That's very personal to me. In any event, it's also a powerful number, but it sounds like from the feedback we've gotten and with some hindsight that it might be a good idea to withdraw this as a recommendation completely and incorporate it into another or 2 other recommendations as examples of how to incentivize more housing development in both urban and rural areas. Does that seem to be, is there a motion for that?
So moved.
It's been moved by Speaker Fecto, seconded by Commissioner Pingree. All in favor of withdrawing this recommendation, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Well, no, 12, 13, 14, and all opposed. So 14 in favor of withdrawing it and 1 opposed to withdrawing it. And Commissioner Levine, would you like to state anything in your opposition vote in the report?
Sure. I don't think putting reasonable caps on these requirements that avoid them from being used for other purposes is necessarily outside the sort of the task of this group or even state interest.
Thank you. Commissioner Jackson?
Yeah, I voted to withdraw the recommendation because I do believe that the state could come up with a some sort of cap on it. Just as written, I just don't think it holds enough weight. So I would have voted on it if rewarded, but you can withdraw it.
Thank you. Hillary?
In terms of noting Commissioner Levine's opposition to withdrawing it, because we don't have an actual recommendation in the report, I think what we could probably do is wherever we do fold it into, do a little footnote that Commissioner Levine would have kept it as a full recommendation. Does that work for everyone?
Yep, that makes sense.
That's
Thank you.
fine.
Thank you for that catch. It's not going to be there. There's not going to be necessarily to talk about. Okay, moving on.
Okay. So next we are moving on to the one of the larger recommendations, which is technical assistance. One thing that gets a little complicated, which we're already getting into about this section of the report and the comments we received, is how interrelated a lot of these recommendations are. So if it makes sense, you're going to have to hear me talk a little bit more than maybe you want to, but let me sort of read through some of the feedback and comments we received about a few of these recommendations, and then you can talk about how you might want to structure. And once we've talked about structure, then we can talk about some of the very specific things people may want to add in. Does that work?
Yes.
Okay. So structure-wise, we received a comment from Commissioner Brennan that consideration should be given to combining recommendation 6, which is the technical and financial assistance, and recommendation number 8, which is the creation of the 3-year municipality incentive program. Commissioner Levine also commented that this recommendation, as well as recommendation 7, which has to do with the density bonuses, and recommendation number 9, which has to do with the creation of priority development areas, all seem to fit under the concept of recommendation number 8, which is the municipal incentive program. And that he would recommend that they at least be renumbered or reordered to be somewhat more together in the report. You now have also mentioned the parking requirements that need to be folded somewhere or in multiple places with some of those recommendations. So I don't know if there are any thoughts or discussion on that sort of structural concept before we get into the recommendations themselves.
Thank you, Hillary. Commissioner Brennan.
Thank you, Senator. I'm going to need to drop off the call for a bit and we'll attempt to come back in by phone. With regard to my recommendation, it was just an attempt to, as others have done, to try and take what I think is some really good content here in 6, 7, 8, 9 and figure out how to convey them best. So I will defer to the committee's desire and others smarter than me in putting these together. No opposition and just wonderful work. And I'll attempt to get on my phone in just a few minutes.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Topman.
I submitted a comment, I think, or I thought the intent was that it be applicable to this recommendation that would sort of strengthen or clarify that the Department of Economic and Community Development would be the provider of technical assistance. And with that in mind, I sort of see this recommendation as being one that's more applicable to state government. Hopefully that's still within our purview. And the other ones, whether it's 7 or 8 that other members have suggested this be combined with, that not occur, that this one sort of focus on the idea that DECD, in however method they want, whether it's using consultants or regional planning commissions or doing workshops or whatever, take the lead in providing technical assistance and be that I could envision legislation and maybe even money to make that happen. And so I kind of like the idea of 6 being targeted to DECD and all of those that are a bit more about the municipalities and their incentives that are municipal based, that those perhaps be grouped together, but I wouldn't group this one in with the municipality questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Topman. So you would be, if I heard you correctly, you want 6 to remain, but you would want to make the recommendation, identify which state agency will be providing that assistance.
Correct.
Thank you.
And I do have Commissioner Topman's recommendation in front of me. I had sort of saved it in the more substantive, but I can read it out if that would be helpful for the discussion.
I think I've got 4 people who are going to speak, or 3 more, and then we can sort of come back to the details of his recommendation so we know where to put it. Speaker Fecto, Commissioner Pingree, Commissioner Dufour.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, I definitely appreciate the feedback on this. I would say I actually appreciate the vagueness in this instance, or not the vague, it's not, this recommendation is not vague, it's just expansive. It includes a lot of possibilities, and I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, especially when you consider the fact that while some part of this might be implemented by the legislature, some parts of it might not be, and the part that we do implement might not be successful. And there might be a future legislator or legislature that refers back to this report and says, okay, well, they implemented this, but part of the technical assistance recommendation included this piece and they didn't act on that. And maybe it's worthwhile to explore that avenue. So I actually am in favor of the status quo on this recommendation, which is to keep it as written, with the exception of I'm not sure if this is the section that put a question mark about related to like what agency might be charged with dealing with technical assistance. Hillary, maybe you can help me. I can't remember. You had a note in one of these recommendations about where technical assistance might rest, because Maine Housing was not comfortable being in that position, and maybe that's somewhere else. It is somewhere else?
Yeah, if
Okay.
I may, Senator.
Yes.
I think the specific question I had was actually related to recommendation number 8, which is
Okay.
the incentive program. And there had been some discussion about DECD or the governor's office.
Okay.
That
Yeah.
being said, we could also talk or include some discussion about who might do technical assistance in this section if you wanted to incorporate any of Commissioner Topman's comment at some point.
Yeah, no, I would stick by my original comments, which is I read the section and felt pretty comfortable with how it's drafted. I think it's expansive, but I think it captures a lot of possibilities for how to get technical assistance. I guess my main point is like I don't think there's one best way to provide technical assistance to municipalities. I think the likelihood is we will need to have a multitude of ways to assist communities across the state. And I thought this recommendation captured the multitude of ways that would occur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Commissioner Pingree.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mean to overcomplicate it at this point because I think the speaker's direction probably makes sense because I think his future bill that he's drafting might help to resolve some of these issues. I mean, I do think DCD could be a good place for this right now, but I think it's fine to leave that out. I will just say this is really a question maybe for the speaker, but the only thing sort of in response to Commissioner Totman's comment is that the program in number 8 that the speaker proposed certainly requires, I would think, a state agency to administer it. And it does seem like it would be well thought out to be completely combined with the other technical assistance program. It's sort of like one sort of major way that local technical assistance could be provided. I'm not saying it's the only way, but it might be one way. So I think just either merging or, I mean, ultimately, really, it's more about the future legislation that gets drafted, somehow putting those two ideas together, that this would be, that they do fit. Again, Kate's got her hand up, so she may have less comfort with one portion of it, but clearly her interest, I know, is that we provide technical assistance to towns. The specificity that we provide is probably still to be determined.
If I could just respond, I think similar to the recommendations 1 and 2, I think the same thing applies here. We may move forward with technical assistance. We might not have the political will to get done an incentive program. So I think it's important to keep these two things separate. Technical assistance is probably the low-hanging fruit. Frankly, I feel like it's probably the easiest thing to implement. I don't think it's necessary in this recommendation to clarify the agency in charge. I don't even think it's necessary in the incentive program part to clarify. We might just want to leave that silent and let the legislature figure that out at a later point. I think DECD probably makes sense, but I don't think it's necessary that we say the agency that will be charged with these things from the get-go. So that's just my response.
Commissioner Dufour.
So I agree that recommendation 6 and 8 should be two different things. One's an incentive program, one is technical assistance. I too don't believe we should assign the task to a particular state agency until we know exactly what this entity is going to be required to provide. I also support the concept of putting in recommendation, what was it, 5, and I think it's 8 and 9, or not 8, sorry, Ryan, not 8, but 9 and all the more technical ones, because it will give a sense to the legislature when creating this entity with respect to what the charge is. You know, what does technical assistance mean? And so we're talking about density, we're talking about development priority areas, we're talking about parking. So I think that helps define what we're talking about. I mean, when we're looking for assistance, we really want soup to nuts assistance. That's what I'm advocating for. So I think it does make sense to keep the technical assistance in one place, the incentive funding in another, and then just use the other recommendations to build or guide what we mean when we're talking about providing technical assistance to municipalities.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Totman.
I still agree that 6 and 8 should be separate. I guess my thinking on 6 is somebody's got to do it, and you know, we've sort of passing legislation that's sort of saying this activity is going to occur is a little vague, and I guess I would be almost, if it's not DECD, I would be more comfortable that the legislature will designate an entity too, but to at least say, you know, somebody's got to be made responsible and told or empowered or financed to do this. And so I think I worry that the thought is that this TA is going to kind of fall from the sky and the municipalities are going to be felt like they were duped. And I think we want to strengthen this so that the municipalities know that there's going to be some help coming.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Jackson?
Yeah, I think they should be separated as well. And I think that at the very least stating that obviously some entities gonna have to take over this because as we heard, density bonuses and some of these other inclusive zoning are still kind of debated whether they're effective or not, and how they're implemented and how well they are implemented is really what the outcome is. I think the importance of having some sort of entity that provides support and also accountability to these incentives and sticking to the plan is very important. And I don't know if that is expressly in this recommendation. If it is, maybe we can just highlight that.
Thank you, Commissioner Jackson. Any other comments? Speaker Fecto, I am going to ask you, sir, if you could take over chairing the meeting. I do need to step away and come back in about 20 or 25 minutes. I'm not sure if I will still be on this screen. If I can get my other computer to work, I'll do that, but I might disappear, but I will be back and we'll go from there. Thank you all very much.
Great, thank you, Senator. I was just going to say, I just wonder if we could, if the recommendation can note that DECD was discussed by the commission as a place where this might be housed and leave it at that. And we'll see what the legislature ultimately decides where this is best. I saw Commissioner Spalding and then Commissioner Dufour.
Sorry, I was just going to say that I need to step away for a few minutes as well. So mine isn't about the recommendation, but I'll be back as soon as I can.
Okay, and I should just clarify for anyone that's stepping away, and if you miss votes, Hillary will follow up with you because the final report will reflect everyone's vote. Yep. Commissioner Dufour.
So I'm going to attempt to make a recommendation. And it's based on what I said about building that recommendation with 4 examples. So I'm supporting moving forward with recommendation number 6. And you can add that line with respect to DECD was discussed as a potential landing pad, but also rolling in recommendations 5, 7, and 9. As in an effort to build out the expectation that we're talking about something serious here that's going to help communities, not just a one-time, oh, we've given, some entity a grant, you're all set now, we've honored our commitments. So it kind of gives some level of flesh as to what we're talking about when we're talking about ongoing technical assistance.
Okay, so just to reiterate what Commissioner Dufour has put forward is to move forward with recommendation 6 with a clarification that the commission did discuss the potential of DCD being the home for initiating technical assistance, whether they were to seek assistance from outside organizations or not, that remains to be seen. But would also roll in recommendation 5, which we already did. We already withdrew recommendation 5 and rolled it into recommendation 6. But in addition to that action that we've already taken, moving recommendation 7, which is related to density bonuses, and moving recommendation 9, which is related to priority development areas, moving that into this recommendation as examples of things municipalities or tools municipalities could adopt and would require this technical assistance to apply to in order for it to come to be reality. Does that capture? Yes, I think. Okay, good. Lots of hands. So I'll start with Commissioner Jackson, and then Commissioner Levine, and then Representative Arata.
I think this one was left over. I'm sorry.
Sorry, Commissioner Levine.
Yeah, thanks. I really like the idea of lumping them together, and I guess that's sort of, I suggested that in a slightly different way in my comments, but I go along with this way as well, which is to really take, you know, a bunch of these pieces at the end, and, you know, I think it's 6, maybe 7, and 9, but I guess my only thought is that's sort of what 8 does. And that was my comment in my comments, which is I really like 8, but 8's sort of a way of implementing 5, 7, and 9. So I wonder if we could get, I like the idea of going big there and saying we're going to tie the financial, we're going to give financial incentive, but we're serious. This isn't just a one-time thing. And these are what we want you to accomplish with it. So if we can pull that off as a group without blowing past our deadline, I love the idea of it.
Okay, I might have a alternative recommendation that will probably tip all this on its head and maybe make things even more messy than it already is, but maybe separating this back out again. It sounds like we want technical assistance. We've recommended an incentive to adopting policy that would advance changes to zoning that's more favorable for the construction of housing. Perhaps our third recommendation that takes these pieces that we've been referring to as examples is for the state to create a model policy related to these things. So related to density bonuses, related to parking requirements, related to lot size requirements, related to priority development areas. And we charge an agency, and again, likely DECD, with studying and formulating some kind of model policy that would be at the ready, so that when technical assistance is needed for implementing that model policy, it might need some massaging for a specific community, but it's there and ready for the taking, and the incentive is there for the municipality to do the work of grabbing those policies. So in essence, having 3 recommendations: technical assistance, the incentive to dive into this conversation as a community, and then finally charging an agency within the state to develop model policies based on these other recommendations that we were hoping to sort of combine into one. Does that make sense? Representative Verada.
Hi, I'm just gonna go back to before you added all that, because now I'm completely lost. But anyway, with regard to the parking recommendation and rolling that in, parking and lot size, could we add, if it says reduce and the rest of it, could we add if appropriate or where appropriate? Because some municipalities already have, pretty low parking standards. They've already done this, and I'd hate to see them go even lower. I know I'm having a battle in one municipality where they're going to end up parking on my property. I know it. And I also, I really worry about creating, sort of keeping people in this low income category where they can't get out of it because they don't have a car to get to a better job. I have a tenant right now. I'll call it, his name is Mr. Smith. Okay. And he started renting from Maine in a very small apartment when he turned 18, came from a low-income family. He's doing so well. He's getting promotions at work, and he's bought a motorcycle, and pretty soon he's going to need a car to get to a better job. And I don't have space for a car for him. So he's going to have to move out of my unit. But I just would hate to see people stuck in a low-income life. I like to see people have upward mobility if they choose. And so I just want to keep that in mind when we're talking about parking, because this is Maine. We don't have a lot of public transportation or the ability to bike in this weather today anyway. So anyway, that would we be willing to add, if appropriate, to the parking and lot size reduction phrase?
Yeah, I think we can probably re-envision that, like the entire section related to parking requirements and lot sizes and so forth, depending on where we decide we're going to house all this stuff.
Okay.
I think let's try to figure that out, and then we'll get to determine next steps.
Thank you.
I'm going to go through those who have their hands raised, Hillary, unless you think what you might be saying will help guide us along in a productive way.
I'm hoping it might.
Okay.
I'll be pretty brief. First, I just want to let Representative Arata know I had actually noted down the as appropriate when Senator Hickman had mentioned that earlier. So I do have it noted down, and when we get there, we can discuss that. So it's on my radar. I was trying to quickly just sort of type up Speaker Fecto, what I thought you were getting at in terms of structure, and I'm hopeful that if I can maybe frame that, then at least we're all on the same page. And so my understanding of what you had suggested would essentially be a recommendation on technical assistance, which would more or less be like it's currently drafted, maybe some substantive tweaks, maybe adding in, the parking requirements, but basically remain the same, would not add in parking requirements.
No.
Okay.
Getting rid of the examples of what the technical assistance would be on, because the third recommendation would capture the various policies that could be explored that technical assistance would be required for, and I think we captured some of them in this in the recommendations, but there might be technical assistance on other things that aren't relevant. But so I think what we've ended up doing is like we're shoving all of these different examples of changes municipalities could make to improve the conditions for housing related to zoning into the technical assistance part. And in my opinion, it would kind of do a disservice to how important those potential avenues could be. Like, as they stand on their own, they have, I think, a bit of a greater punch rather than being a footnote under technical assistance. So anyway, but continue.
That's helpful from a drafting perspective. So let me step back and keep listening for a little bit, and I'll jump in if I have any.
So Commissioner Topman, Commissioner Jackson, Commissioner Dufour, Commissioner Cooper Ryder, and I'm sorry if I didn't get the order right in which you raised your hand, but Commissioner Topman.
Yeah, I agree that we would lose punch if we started putting too many things together. I wonder if we're still talking sort of about recommendation 6, and I apologize, Mr. Speaker, I got confused with your 3, but coming back, it almost felt like your third one was closest to the number 6 here in front of us. But in any case, I wonder if we just added on to what's here with number 6, if we said sort of and provide technical assistance on all other recommendations contained in this report. If that would kind of capture, without listing them, but just say, we've got things, all kinds of things in here, even recommendation 1 and 2, I think the municipalities could use some help with. And so it just seems to me that, the gist of item 6 is that this is very complicated and covers a lot of stuff. And there's going to be an entity that's there to help roll it out. So I'm not sure if that helps or hurts, but that's kind of my thinking, that we just sort of add on to number 6 that, and the potpourri of recommendations herein, there'll be technical assistance on all of them.
I think that's definitely a worthwhile point. Commissioner Jackson.
Yeah, just trying to wrap my head around where we're at and where we're going. So Speaker Pacetto, could you give me the 3 elements that you had said again, please?
So my concept, rather than taking, so I think the first conversation is, do we want to take three recommendations, 5, 7, and 9, I believe, and add them into recommendation 6, which is about technical assistance, and basically adding them as examples of the kind of changes that could be made where technical assistance from municipalities would be required. Or what I'm proposing, which is you have your technical assistance recommendation, you have your recommendation to the legislature to create an incentive for municipalities to look into this stuff and to begin with, which then requires them to need technical assistance, right? They won't need the technical assistance if they don't seek the change, and vice versa. So those two things stand on their own. And then the third recommendation would be for the agency charged with providing technical assistance that they have model policies created around the various things that we're trying to take away from standing on their own. And that, so we would say, we would charge an agency of government, which is likely DCD, with creating model policy for municipalities related to lots, minimum lot sizes, parking requirements. We don't even have to say reducing parking requirements. We can just say parking requirements, and density bonuses, and priority development areas. So we're charging, our recommendation is, we think that these things could be helpful for advancing the housing opportunities in Maine as it relates to zoning. We're asking a department of government to create model policies around these things. And when a municipality takes on the work of looking into this stuff, there will be technical assistance and there will be model policies at their availability to pursue these changes. That's basically my recommendation.
Okay, I do agree with that, and I would just add that the entity is also responsible for accountability, especially if we're going to have sunrise clauses in some of these, just to make sure that everything is going as planned and housing is actually being created. But I do like the structure that you presented.
Perfect. And I should note, in the incentive part, in the incentive recommendation, there's an accountability component because they lose their incentive if they're not actually doing the work. So that's one piece of it. Commissioner Dufour.
I'm fine with that recommendation. I think it makes sense. My goal wasn't to, I was hoping to build more capacity for this technical assistance by linking real issues, not just, again, I can't stress enough that this is not a one-time, we've done our thing, goodbye municipalities and good luck. So I want a real entity that's there to help communities, but I don't object to having a different recommendation that says, here, this entity will be charged with developing this model ordinance, X, Y, and Z. So your three-prong approach is perfectly fine with me. Secondly, I want to caution, I know accountability is incredibly important, but I want to caution linking accountability to a resource for municipalities. We need a trusted resource, and we need somebody that our peers, how best do we do this, rather than somebody who's going to then hit us with a stick. So I wouldn't link or put accountability enforcement or whatever it might be on that technical assistance group or entity. It needs to be somewhere where a municipality can go and get advice and feedback. And I also want to make a pitch for the Department of Ag as a potential state agency, because they have the planning program. They are responsible. The 4 planners, or maybe there are only 3 now, that left SBO went to Ag. They're also responsible for the funding that goes to COGS and Development Commission. So I think that's a more natural starting point where they have familiarity with municipal planning.
So Hillary, we should probably note that another agency was discussed during the course of this. See, I knew it wouldn't be as simple as suggesting DECD. This is why it wasn't worthwhile to even cement which agency should be in charge. So we have a good suggestion from Commissioner Dufour, Commissioner Cooper-Ryder, Commissioner Levine, and Commissioner Golick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with all due respect, I feel really strongly that recommendations 7 and 9 should stand alone rather than be lumped in underneath technical assistance, because these are the primary multifamily provisions that we hit on. And when we discussed them and when we voted on them, I didn't think that we were suggesting a model. I think we were suggesting something that should be considered as a standalone regulation. So I do think it significantly weakens the multifamily provisions in our report by lumping them together under technical assistance.
If I can add a point of clarity, so you saw when we took a vote on this recommendation that the state would actually adopt the policy and it would subsequently apply statewide, period. It wouldn't be something that municipalities would be contemplating on their own and thus adopting. Or I mean, obviously they'll have to do the work of implementing it once it's a statewide mandate, essentially. But you saw it as statewide policy.
I did.
Okay.
I did.
Commissioner Levine. You're on mute.
I have to do that once each meeting. So I want to second that. I didn't mean that by lumping them together, they'd become sort of model ordinances or suggestions. I do think I understand them as being mandatory and statewide. I do also think it's important to give communities ongoing technical assistance to adapt to these changes, but I wouldn't suggest they be optional or opt-in. I think they're important state policy initiatives.
Commissioner Golick.
All right, forgive me, I'm a little lost here because it's jumped around and my caption service wasn't happy about that. I just want to state that I'm against lumping the things together. For one reason, I don't support, you're talking about putting 5, 7, and 9 together, and I don't support 9. So I can't vote on something like that if you're going to put them all together. And I just want to clarify that we're still on 6 right now to vote on that one.
Yes, we're still on.
I would just like to leave things separate as we voted on them. I think when you start lumping them all together, we're starting a whole new debate that maybe we should have had when we did the original votes. But it seems to me making things more confusion and different topics. That's just my opinion on it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Jackson.
Yeah, could you highlight the area that has the accountability on it? The reason why I bring up accountability is because from what I've read in Massachusetts 40B law is that with the sunrise clause and the outs that they give to not have to go to their appeals, it lacks accountability and follow up on those, so that housing that potentially could be created doesn't, and the programs don't get followed. So I think that whatever entity that that does that, it should be included somewhere in here, so that we assure that what is said being done is getting done and we actually create housing. So where is the section? Because
under recommendation 8, which is the incentive program for municipalities to explore the adoption or adopting new zoning ordinances related to creating opportunities for housing. The last sentence says qualifying communities would receive a financial reward from the state for up to 3 years, so long as the community remains in good standing with the program requirements. So in other words, if you don't follow the program requirements of actually doing the work of fostering zoning and land use ordinances that are more favorable to the construction of housing, then you lose your financial incentive for being part of the program. Like you can't, just as we have tax incentives for commercial entities, if you don't follow the program guidelines, or you're not faithful to the requirements of the credit, then you lose the credit, then you lose your credit.
Okay. So it's that sentence right there. Yeah. And I think that having an entity that does that to follow up is important. Just like I think it's technical assistance as well. It's, you know, giving the guidance on, you know, giving the resources to get it done, and also like how's it reported. I think that with regards to the entity that you're talking about and giving that technical assistance, there should be an entity that makes sure that accountability is being there.
Yeah,
and I think, and if they have to be separate ones, because I know Commissioner Dufour had the concerns about them providing technical assistance and accountability. I think that there is a need for accountability, and having an entity that does those follow-ups.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we're not specifying the agency that's charged with any of these things, so I don't think we're exactly going to split the hairs here as to who's doing who's providing the assistance and who's providing the accountability. But generally speaking, to counter Commissioner Dufour's point, the same agency that is charged with providing incentives currently in the state related to other things. Again, I'll go back to, I mean, even Maine State Housing is an example where we have various programs and grant programs and so forth through them. They also provide the accountability to make sure that the money that they're giving away to an entity, that they're doing what they said they were going to do with the money that's provided to them. So I don't see it as like, oh, the big bad guy who is holding me accountable is also the same person that's providing me with technical assistance. I think, you know, if you're acting in good faith as a community, you shouldn't be afraid of being held accountable, because you will have you have been a good steward of the financial incentive you received to begin with. So I don't think that's abnormal in state government that the agency providing the award or grant or incentive is also the agency charged with enforcement. So Commissioner Dufour.
I would just add, I think that's fine. I'm not anti accountability. I think it's absolutely important. I think that there has to be a divide between here's a program and here are the program rules and you have to do X, Y, and Z, and actual technical assistance. I mean, that happened to the state planning office. That was part of the demise of the state planning office when the state planning office started judging municipalities and gold starring municipalities. So I want to make sure that there's a bright line between a trusted resource for helping you get through a particular decision or discussion at the local level, and accountability that's associated with a state-funded program. I think there's two different, in my mind anyway, there's a difference. And then the other thing I wanted to say is I'm going to withdraw my motion, because I'm sorry I brought us down a rabbit hole. I think the preference would be to vote on each of these recommendations one by one. So I'm withdrawing and I'm moving recommendation 6.
So we have a withdrawal motion on combining a bunch of recommendations together. I will also withdraw, which now seems like my really terrible idea of a 3-pronged approach. And so we are now voting on recommendation 6, which is providing technical assistance. I don't think ultimately there's anything new to this recommendation, except for the fact that recommendation 5 was, recommendation 5 was already previously withdrawn and moved into this section. Hillary, am I missing anything else?
Yes, if I may.
Yep.
So my understanding was that you would fold in recommendation number 5.
Yep.
That we would also note that the commission discussed, but not to make a determination as to an agency that would need to be responsible for providing and financing technical assistance, and that mentioned in that discussion included DECD as well as the Department of Agriculture. And there would also need to be some entity also to provide some accountability, whether that be the same agency or different. The other piece that you might want to include, Commissioner Totman had mentioned this earlier, if you are keeping them fully separate, we could add a paragraph that sort of cross-references those two other recommendations, 7 and 9, simply to say those might be examples of places where the state should be providing technical assistance.
Yeah, I would be supportive of all of those things, except I'm not sure that the accountability piece makes sense in this particular part. I think it makes sense in the incentive portion, but I don't see how you would be. I don't see how the accountability piece comes into providing technical assistance, because there's no, this section is not requiring the municipalities to do anything. It's to assist them with implementing things as they may see. They might come to this, whomever gets charged with this, they might come to them for anything. I mean, it might be completely unrelated to housing per se. It could be zoning for something else, but this agency is charged with providing technical assistance on zoning. So I think I would just say that the accountability piece probably should remain in section 8 and stay out of section 6.
The other comment that we haven't touched on, but that was substantively made on the draft report, there's one other comment on the substance of recommendation number 6. And that is, and I can pull it back up for you, but as recommendation 6 is currently drafted, it includes these bullet points of all of the various proposals that were brought forth. And Commissioner Jackson had made a comment that he suggested using housing trusts for reparations or down payment assistance to Black home buyers be included in that bullet point list. And that is the end of what I had to add.
Okay, so are there any objections to the additions and clarifications as outlined? And if there's going to be a motion, I would say that the accountability piece would not be part of the motion that I'm seeking. So I'm excluding that. And then Commissioner Jackson, to the additional item that you've recommended being added to the bullet point list, I think to refresh everyone's memories, there was mention of housing trusts being developed in having already been developed in some communities where money is being pooled for the purposes of either new construction or housing assistance. I'm not exactly sure of all the applications. And your recommendation is that communities consider adopting similar policy or adopting a similar mechanism of creating housing trusts, and also considering using those funds for reparations or to assist communities of color in accessing housing. Is that capturing your additional bullet point appropriately?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. Okay, does everyone understand? Is there, can I have someone will move this motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Levine moves, Commissioner Topman seconds. And does everyone understand the motion at hand? Commissioner Golick.
I understand the motion. I just want to make sure that I'm in the right spot with all of you. We're still talking about the technical and financial assistance numbers.
Yep.
And I'm on track. Thank you.
Okay. All those in favor, show of hands. It is unanimous of those present. Commissioner Brennan, I don't know if you can hear us.
Yes, I can, Mr. Speaker, and I vote yes.
Okay. So it's a unanimous vote of those present. Senator Hickman, would you like to carry us forward into recommendation 7?
No problem. Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Hillary. I had a feeling that we would still be on recommendation 6 when I got back, and I wasn't wrong. So it's a meaty recommendation. So here we are.
All right, do you want me to dig into the comments on number 7?
Yes, please.
Okay. I'm going to share my screen.
Thank you.
And so this was a recommendation that I think there was a lot of confusion, and I had noted that in the draft report. And I think some of the comments seek to provide some clarification. We did receive a comment from Commissioner Cooper Ryder about the floating overlay concept. in the context of the report, the concept is unnecessary and confusing, and if appropriate, she would withdraw her suggestion about recommending the floating overlays. She also makes a suggestion to modify the recommendation. This modification would say, instead of what's currently on your screen, to create density bonuses in all residential zones throughout the state, giving low to middle income housing projects 2.5 times the density of the existing zoning, with a parking requirement of no more than 0.66 spaces per unit for the additional units. The additional comments we heard from Commissioner Levine, who similarly echoed that the recommendation would likely be clearer without the floating zone or overlay zone concepts, as the commission is actually recommending density bonuses and other relief for below market affordable housing statewide without regard to existing zoning districts. Commissioner Levine would also recommend this item include a recommendation for other statewide requirements, not just density bonuses. These would include limits to parking requirements for below market affordable housing, such as no more than 2/3 of a space required per unit, and reduced setback requirements. So I know that was a lot that I just read to you. Please feel free to ask me to repeat, or I'm sure those particular commissioners can provide more clarity as well.
Thank you, Hillary. I would like to hear from Commissioner Cooper-Ryder about how she came up with that detail.
So just to start with the floating overlays, I had offered that in the last conversation as an example of how it could be achieved. We went pretty far down the rabbit hole on that. So once I saw it in print, it seemed to me that it would be overly confusing and overly detailed. And given that, we should take a look at the language of the proposal itself and be more specific, specifically say what we think a density bonus should be, and and I think specifically address parking, which is the other place that these multifamily buildings typically get hung up. So that's the logic behind the specificity, both of the bonus itself and of the parking requirement.
Thank you for that. Any comments? Commissioner Pingree.
Just maybe repeat again, maybe Commissioner Cooper-Ryder, the exact, your understanding of the implications of the density. Just provide us an example. And again, the word floating, like how it would be applied in a specific community. It'd be anywhere a multi-unit house would be located. So just, I think we're all trying to understand practical implications. So to the non-housing zoning expert, can you just describe it one more time?
Sure, I might have to kick this to Jeff, but as an example, if the intention here, I think, is to give affordable housing an economic boost over market rate housing. So if I'm an affordable developer and I'm competing for a piece of property with a market rate developer, if I am getting a density bonus and I can put 2.5 units in the space of where one market rate unit can go, then I can afford to pay a little more for the land, and I have a competitive edge in creating that affordable housing. So it doesn't increase the footprint, it just allows you more density on the footprint you have.
Any other questions about that specifically? Thank you for that clarification, Commissioner. Commissioner Dufour?
Yeah, I have a question with respect to how does that, well, so there are a lot of recommendations, and if they're all adopted, municipalities will be faced with a whole slew of ADUs, multiple family units. What is it? Priority development zone. The expectation is that every community would enact every one of those recommendations, or is there flexibility for providing communities the option of saying, okay, we're going to do, of these 5, we're going to do 1, 2, and 3, and that's going to help set us on a goal or course for increasing the affordable housing. So that's one weird question, just based on, it seems like a lot for municipalities to implement all at once. And then the second question is with respect to this particular recommendation, that all other zoning applies, right? The the density bonus is just that.
Commissioner Cooper Ryder?
Yeah, yes, the density bonus is just that. You still have to meet the other requirements. And just as a general response, I don't disagree that it's a lot, but we're not passing legislation here. We're just putting forth a set of recommendations. And so I'm strongly in favor of putting forth all the recommendations we came up with so that the legislature has them as information to work with.
The only way that they would become, we would have to mandate that municipalities do all of them. And I don't think there's any appetite for that. So I don't think that that's going to be the issue, Commissioner Dufour. It's just that here's what we're recommending. Here's your menu. Let's incentivize this and go for it. I saw Commissioner Levine had his hand up earlier. Are you set, sir, right now?
I am, thanks.
Okay, great. So it sounds like this is a reworded, if we were to take what we've heard from Commissioner Cooper Ryder and Commissioner Levine, we're basically keeping this recommendation, but we're rewording it so that this particular example of detail is clear and everything else is not in it anymore. Is that correct? Okay, Speaker Fecto.
I have to admit, can I have this repeat, like, explained to me one more time? Because I have to admit that this is probably one of the items that is going a little bit over my head, to be frank.
I will, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was gonna ask Hillary, is it possible to share the update language that Commissioner Cooper Ryder gave in her comment back to you instead of looking at the recommendation in the draft form? Is that possible or not?
Sure, yes, I can pull up, if you give me a moment, I can pull up her original email and share that on this screen.
Okay, great. And that'd be great. In the meantime, Representative Barada.
Thank you. My concern with this recommendation is the quality of life of the tenants, that they would have very small units and not enough parking when they need it. I just, I represent low income people too, and I'm really torn. On one hand, we want more housing, and on the other hand, I also want people low income to have a good quality of life and have enough room and get sunlight and all those good things, have parking so they can, get better jobs and not be low income, be defined as low income. I hate that definition. You really define a person by their income, but I'm really uncomfortable with this, so I'm going to oppose it respectfully. Thanks.
Commissioner Cooper Ryder.
I don't think there's anything in here that requires more units to be substandard units in some way. That's not the intention, and that's not what we as affordable housing developers do. The parking can be, we're not saying that you can't have more parking. We're just simply saying that the city can't, or the municipality can't impose a requirement beyond what is financially feasible for the production of housing. And I think maybe Jeff or Dana could add more to that.
Hillary?
I just wanted to let you know that I do have that language up on my screen if you'd like me to share it.
I would love to see it, please. And while we're reading it, if someone else has anything to add to what Commissioner Cooper Ryder said, please raise your hand. Okay. So, let's see. There it is.
Here, yeah. I don't know if you can see my highlighting, but.
So it says create density bonuses in all residential zones throughout the state, giving low to middle income housing projects 2.5 times the density of the existing zoning, with a parking requirement of no more than 0.66 spaces per unit for the additional units. That is clear now that I can read it. It looks to me like this is another way to incentivize more housing. And I don't know that, I don't see this as being substandard housing necessarily from the look of it. It's, again, it's a recommendation for if you want to increase affordable housing any housing based on density, then this is one way to do it. I don't know how it will look in implementation because I'm certainly not an expert. I'm not an affordable housing developer. But the expertise that is being offered here by Commissioner Cooper Ryder and others, I will take it at face value. I don't see any harm in the language or the recommendation. Again, doesn't mean that the legislature will do anything about it. It's just one of the things that we were charged with is our expertise to bring to the table to make recommendations to the legislature about how we can get from A to Z. So I will support it. Any other questions, comments, concerns about recommendation number 7 as amended? Hillary.
If now is the appropriate time, I want to get a little bit of clarification for drafting this revised recommendation, but I can wait until after a motion is made if you would prefer.
Thank you. Is anyone willing? Speaker Fecto.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So that was super helpful to see that more clear explanation of what we're dealing with here. And I think in summary, the point here is, I think the point here is too often the construction of affordable housing units is not feasible because the requirements don't make the individual units financially feasible for those who are working on these projects. And this recommendation would turn something that is not feasible because of the requirements of the law into something that is feasible because each unit will represent a more, frankly, valuable asset to the developer. And I think that is a worthwhile thing for us to pursue. And therefore I move the recommendation.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
I redrafted.
Commissioner Cooper Ryder is seconding it. Is that also to comment on it? Or just a second? Okay. So Hillary, you have questions about how to draft this recommendation if we adopt it.
Yes, so my first question is that the original recommendation included a requirement that the units be protected as affordable for a specific period of time. Is the intent to include that second half, but with the revisions to the first half as presented by Commissioner Cooper Ryder?
Commissioner Cooper Ryder?
And I can pull it back up on the screen if you would like me to.
Looking at the language, if you could put it up.
So the question is regarding the second phrase of the sentence, that the requirement that the units be protected is affordable for a specific period of time.
Yes, I'm sorry that I left it out. I was an unintentional omission in the text I sent you.
My second clarification request is that we would remove that paragraph on pretty much the entire paragraph on that floating overlay zones.
That's
except for the first sentence. But we take any reference out of the floating overlay zones. And then in terms of supporting narrative for this recommendation, I did not write it all down, but I heard a lot of comments made by Speaker Fecto and Commissioner Cooper Ryder. We can pull from our notes and go back and re-listen to that to make sure we add in a couple of the supporting, so long as everyone who is in support of this motion is in agreement with the comments that Speaker Fecto and Commissioner Cooper Ryder made.
Senator Pouliot. Thank you, Hillary. Senator Pouliot.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if it would make more sense for this to have this. I know we've kind of been discussing this, but like under item number 9, so it's more place-based. Anyway, just wondering thoughts on that.
I just want to make sure I understand your question. You think that this recommendation should be rolled into recommendation 9?
I do, because if we're talking about priority development areas, it would really kind of make this more place-based as opposed to broad, and I think strategic in nature if we were to do that.
Anyone else have any thoughts on that? Thank you, Senator Pouliot. Commissioner Cooper Ryder.
I think we were intending 2 different things. This is an affordable housing bonus. And the number 9, I think we're talking about asking municipalities to look at their towns and clearly define some areas where they're going to make it easy for multifamily housing to be constructed.
Regardless of market versus affordable rate.
Correct. Yep, every town needs both.
You got that, Senator Pouliot? Great. Any other discussion on the motion as amended? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
My vote is yes, Senator.
13 present, yes. All opposed?
This is Commissioner Hill. My vote is also yes. Thank you.
15 yes, and all opposed. Representative Arada. So it's well, we're all here, 14-1. Great, thank you. And Representative Arada, did you want to put a note in the record or not?
Sure, my concern is quality of life issues for people who have low income and would qualify for this type of housing.
Thank you. We will move on to magic number 8.
Give me 1 second. I've got a little too many pieces of paper in front of me. I did note in the chat that Commissioner Brennan mentioned his vote was yes, and I will confirm for him that I did in fact receive that vote and have this written down as yes.
Thank you.
All right, so this is recommendation number 8, which is to create a 3-year municipality incentive program. In year 1, a qualifying community must make a commitment to reviewing zoning and land use restrictions. And in years 2 and 3, adopt home-friendly policies. Qualifying communities would receive a state financial reward for up to 3 years, so long as they remain in good standing with the program requirements. I'm going to take advantage of the fact that I am the one going through this to note some of my comments first. I did have a question for the commission about whether you intended to include the program name in this recommendation or not.
No, please let something more creative come forward. That is not the best I think we can do.
Okay, I will take that out. And then the second question I had for you was whether you wanted to expand a little bit more on sort of this idea of home-friendly policies and what you meant by that. But I will also give you the comments. We did receive a few comments on this particular recommendation. From Commissioner Dufour had provided a comment that consistent and reliable state funding for the program is paramount, and the concerns some commission members raised regarding the level and source of funding is troubling for communities. And that, as she stressed throughout the process, partnership is key to the success of the commission's recommendations. That municipalities, and more precisely the property taxpayers, cannot be expected to resolve an issue of statewide and federal significance without appropriate support and resources. And she felt that to suggest that municipalities alone have contributed to the crisis, despite decades of federal and state regulation, is unfair. We did receive a comment from Commissioner Cooper-Ryder that she wasn't sure that she felt this recommendation did imply that. We also received a comment from Commissioner Jackson. He had some concerns about that municipalities, as the recommendation is written, would be self-monitoring and investigating themselves, and he would support this recommendation if there were more accountability.
I would ask what home friendly means, since I missed the discussion, and I see Commissioner Cooper-Ryder's hand is raised. Commissioner Cooper, yeah.
Thank you. I just wanted to add that the first part of my comment as it relates to this language was just that I agree that we shouldn't be placing all of the blame on the municipalities. And I didn't see the language that did that. But I agree that that's not appropriate for this commission, or we didn't specifically discuss it and say that.
Thank you. Speaker Fecto.
I would just suggest a wording change, which is rather than home-friendly policies to say the adoption of zoning and land use regulations that promote housing opportunities, which I think is exactly the title of this commission. I think that probably makes the most sense. And otherwise, I don't know if there's anything else that needs to be changed in this recommendation.
Commissioner Jackson mentioned something about accountability, since it's a self-monitoring recommendation, it would seem. Commissioner Jackson, did you want to talk about what that accountability would look like and who would be enforcing it?
I mean, I think this just goes back to the conversation we had earlier. Yeah, I mean, I think this is it's a big ask for people, and I think there needs to be I mean, some sort of entity that really takes this on and provides the technical assistance and accountability. And yeah, then that's just, I'm not clear where that comes from this recommendation.
Commissioner Cooper Ryder.
Sorry, I didn't put it down from before.
Okay.
Apologies.
Speaker Fecto.
Yeah, I think again, as discussed earlier, the accountability is sort of built into the proposal, because if you don't do the work, if a municipality qualifies for this program by first saying like, hey, we want to join this program, we want to do the work of looking at zoning and land use and how we can do better, they get their initial award from the state for taking that step. And then they have a 2-year span in which they need to show progress towards adopting policies that would advance more home-friendly zoning, or zoning that creates greater housing opportunities, or the development of housing in their community. If they don't do that, they don't get their financial rewards. So the accountability is built in by making, I mean, it's kind of like a no harm, no foul, really. If you do the work, you get the award. If you don't do the work, you don't get anything. Now, I mean, that's kind of the idea of an incentive, I guess, is that it's like inherently based. I mean, this is sort of the alternative of going in and saying, if you know, all municipalities need to do this, and if you don't do it, then we're going to penalize you with a financial, a financial summons, like you owe us money, that you owe the state money. That's not what we're doing here, because we're creating an incentive program. I think it's the carrot versus the stick approach. We chose a carrot here. The incentive is the accountability. If you don't do the work, you don't get the award. So I don't see the absence of accountability in this recommendation.
Okay, I guess it's just assumed in it that, and maybe that's just my ignorance showing. But yeah, if it's assumed that there is going to be reporting and following up on this, that's perfectly fine.
Hillary.
Thank you. I was remiss. There was a second question that ties into the discussion you're having right now, and that actually I think Commissioner Totman raised earlier. If I may quickly share my screen. And it's this paragraph here that the initial proposal would have required Maine Housing to develop and administer the program qualifications, but that there was some discussion about whether this would be ECD or the governor's office. And so I think the question I would pose for you is whether you want to sort of do what we did on recommendation number 6 and sort of mention that these were the entities that were discussed, and we can tie that into that this entity, which wherever it ends up landing would be the one responsible for both creating the program as well as providing that oversight through the course of the program and providing accountability for the towns that choose to engage in these programs.
That sounds like it makes a lot of sense. Speaker Fecto.
Yeah, I would be supportive of clarifying that we don't know what agency will be in charge of this incentive program. There are some ideas that have been thrown out, and ultimately that agency would be charged with ensuring participants are following through on what they're charged with doing in order to qualify for the financial award.
The program will have guidelines, of course.
Right.
And so those guidelines will have to be met from start to finish in order for a municipality to continue to qualify. Commissioner Dufour.
If I understand correctly, to the extent that we are going to list state agencies that might be considered as the administrator, I would advocate again for ag.
Oh, yes, because of, yes, I know why I know why. Okay, great. Thank you, Commissioner Dufour. Any other comments on this recommendation as clarified? I entertain a motion.
So moved.
It's been moved. Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. Is there any other discussion on recommendation number 8? Hillary.
So this may be jumping a little bit ahead. During the original straw vote on this particular recommendation, I know Representative Arata had abstained because she had some concerns over funding sources. And I just, and again, you may clarify this when you actually vote, but there are a few places throughout this report where people had abstained, and that was noted in the narrative. And I just want to remind the commission that we will have to revise those sections because no one is abstaining at the final vote. To the extent someone votes in opposition and that reasoning stands, we'll pretty much keep it as it is. But otherwise we would take that out. So I just want to mention that briefly. I
appreciate that very much. You're so thorough. Yes, obviously funding is a matter of an appropriation or a other special revenue fund. We don't have that in front of us. And I would also say that with respect to Representative Arata's concern, it's not necessarily our charge to find the money because we're just making the recommendation. And if the legislature can't afford the recommendation, then it won't pass. So I'll just say that. That's just part of the way the process works for those who are listening who don't know. Any other thoughts, concerns, questions? All in favor of recommendation 8 as clarified? Please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Commissioner Brennan.
My vote is yes.
12. Commissioner Hill.
My vote is yes.
13. All opposed?
Senator Pouliot voted in favor.
Oh, he did. Okay, so that's 14 to 1. And Representative Arata, did you want to notate your opposition?
Yes, again, it is the funding source, and I recognize what you said as far as the job of the Appropriations Committee, and I wanted some feedback we've given to committees is stop giving us unanimous reports if you need to prioritize. We rely on our committees to help us prioritize because we're not an island unto ourselves. We like to work with everybody.
I'm sure they will direct you as we can. Thank you very much. Moving on to recommendation number 9. And I'll just ask again, it's 4:38. Does anyone need a break that you need to take? Do we need a 5-minute break? I did my 5-minute break a while ago. So Hillary, do you need a break?
I am muted. I will defer to the commission. Happy to keep going. We're getting close, but also happy to take a break if and everybody wants to stretch their legs.
It sounds to me like Hillary needs a break.
Yeah, let's take 5 minutes. I think that's just the wise thing to do. I know we're getting close. We are very close, but the closer you get, the further away you are. So let's take a 5-minute break and we'll be back at 4:43. Thank you. We are back for that brief stretch. Thank you all very much. We are at recommendation number 9. Is that where we left off? We'll wait for a few more cameras to come back on just to make sure that we are engaged. A minute or so more. Okay. Hillary, please take it away.
All right. Thank you very much. It felt wonderful to stretch my legs.
Good.
I will pull up recommendation number 9. And this is the recommendation to create a system of priority development areas where multifamily housing is permitted with limited regulatory barriers. I did receive some comments from Commissioner Levine clarifying a few things. The first is that the first sentence, instead of saying minimum density here, should be reading significant density. And that the priority development areas should have to be reasonably sized and centrally located in a community. Commissioner Levine also suggested clarifying what needs to be done to have an approved priority development area, such as allowing a certain density of housing on lots and lower parking requirements, as well as what a community gets in return for having one. This is mentioned in passing at the end of the first paragraph, but he felt could be emphasized more. Commissioner Golick also commented on this recommendation. She felt that it raises concerns around what is meant by the limited regulatory barriers. Does this only refer to the speed with which state review of projects would happen? Could it mean that other regulations would be waived? Would they loosen safety and quality requirements? She felt that the commission would need to see more specifics about this in order for her to support the recommendation. She also expressed concern that focusing on specific areas for multifamily development may contribute to segregating renters from homeowners and the related racial segregation that could occur since BIPOC Mainers are more likely to be renters. The first suggestions by Commissioner Levine, if everyone's in agreement, I think those are pretty easy to make those corrections and add. And I leave the rest up for your discussion.
Thank you, Hillary. I would ask what limited regular barriers does mean. I don't know that it means not safety. I think that we have building standards that would still apply. I could be wrong, but I think that it might mean something else. So I'm gonna ask whoever wrote this, because I do not believe I was at this discussion either. I just want to hear. Who'd like to go first? Speaker Fecto.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe it was Commissioner Levine, who I don't see having jumped back on, but this recommendation does not supplant the building codes of a municipality or the fire code that the state has implemented, or MUBEC if that's applicable to the town. There are a number of towns where MUBEC does not apply, but for the towns that it does, this is not exempt communities from any of those things. I think the suggestion here is that that there aren't unnecessary barriers, essentially. I think essential life and safety code things, essential unnecessary barriers to having this be realized. It probably would need to be spelled out more clearly during the course of a policy discussion within a committee. But I feel confident for the purposes of a recommendation that it at least provides some degree of direction that allows us to put the potential policy forward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't think that Commissioner Levine is back yet. I mean, it sounded like his comments were pretty straightforward and clear. Unless someone thinks that they're not, I don't have any objection to those. Commissioner Hill.
Thank you. The only question that I had was the comment regarding it being centrally located. I just was looking for a little bit more clarification on the reasoning behind the term centrally located. I think I have an idea in my mind about what its intended meaning is, but that was my only comment.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. And again, I don't believe that he's here.
And I can't answer that one because the point of this is like to relocate housing in downtown centers, or if a community doesn't have one, to designate an area that would be like the village. I think most Maine communities have the area of their community that's sort of the town center, the village center, whatever you might call, and maybe not in all instances that is centrally located. If you were to take the actual municipality and put your finger in the middle of the geography, perhaps centrally is not the right word, but I think terms like village, the village center, or the heart of Main Street or something like that might be the more appropriate reference. But Commissioner Levine is back, so he could probably weigh in. And for clarification, the question is, what do you mean by centrally located?
Sure. Sorry, I'm late. I realized I had to go get my farm share down the street, so that took longer than I thought. So I think the idea was to, like you said, either use an existing traditional village center in the cases where there is clearly one, or have communities create a new one. And this is sort of where housing production runs into good planning practice, which is to try to cluster development together to save public money and to encourage smart growth. So, there certainly are communities that don't have a traditional downtown, but for those that do, that would be the intended PDA. And I think the reason that was picked was to ensure that communities don't just pick a place on the edge of town where they don't think there'll be any housing production anyways. And then beyond that, just to provide the tools that communities need, because again, like Kate will say, it's not always paranoid. It's sometimes encouraging and providing technical support for communities to do what they might want to do anyways.
Thank you. Does that satisfy your question, Commissioner Hill, or do you think there's just a better way to phrase that?
It satisfies my question. I really appreciate the perspective there. The only comment that I had is, and he echoed that, was, there are some, quote, convenient locations in some of the smaller towns that it might be a better opportunity to support this growth and encourage this growth. So central doesn't always mean convenient in my part of the state and in my experience, but I truly appreciate the direction of the intent of that. But central may not be always convenient, but downtown, close to potential public transportation, close to walking distances to potential job opportunities, things like that. I completely support that. I just wondered if central was really the correct adjective.
Thank you. Commissioner Spalding.
I guess I had been thinking about places in this report where maybe there could be a nod to the importance of farmland protection. And just so that people can be aware that, yes, we need to address the housing crisis, but let's not do it at the loss of farmland. The focus on central business districts or downtown, that I hadn't been thinking about that before, and I appreciate that discussion. I think with farm worker housing, that may be a development area that could potentially be downtown as long as there was accessibility to farmland, but also maybe, but also farm worker housing built on the outskirts of town or closer to farmland would make sense too. So I feel like there are lots of considerations here, but generally, I guess what I had, when I raised my hand, it was before this specific discussion about the centrally located. And I was just generally thinking about, are there places in this report where we can give a nod to the importance of protecting farmland?
And Commissioner Spalding, if it were in this recommendation, do you have any idea about how you would say that? And I'm not suggesting that we will put it in this part of the recommendation, but of course I agree with you. I just wonder if you want us to consider a focus on the development of housing in agricultural areas of the state.
Yeah, I mean, I think there are places in here where we talk about shoreland zoning, right? And that's established. We don't have something equal to that with farmland protection yet. The state is looking at trying to protect farmland from the development of solar arrays and trying to make that balance. We absolutely need renewable energy systems, but we have to be careful that we're not getting it all gobbled up by, gobbling up prime farmland. So I see a lot of parallels here. It's just not as easy to drop in here as shoreland zoning, which is already clearly established. So it's more of a sentiment. And I'm just kind of looking through, I know in the comments at the end, where there is an acknowledgement that we had talked about the importance of looking at farm worker housing. Farmland preservation is equally important. So I don't have the specific language, but I feel like there are a couple of areas in here where maybe we could at least get that sentiment across. And I guess if, I certainly could send those suggestions to Hillary. I mean, I don't think it's substantively going to change the recommendations. It's just, this is an area where I feel like it might be logically placed.
Thank you. Commissioner Dufour.
I do have a bit of concern with the term of the youth center. I'm thinking selfishly about the city of Hollowell. I mean, the town is very densely developed already. I mean, where are we going with this recommendation? I mean, all we have is Ward 5, which is the rural area. So I don't know how that applies to an already densely developed town or city.
Thank you. Do you have a suggestion for a different word or wording? Or, I mean, I think the spirit, well, Commissioner Levine has his hand up, so I'll be quiet. Commissioner Cooper-Ryder. Commissioner Cooper-Ryder, are you with us? We'll come back. Commissioner Pingree.
I had my hand up earlier, and I think Commissioner Hill did a good job explaining it. I mean, I think maybe we talk about, instead of centrally located priority developments areas, should be where applicable, near town centers, walkable, near public transit, near schools and workplaces, in the way in which she described it, because that's what we mean. We're trying to make sure that housing is in places where people can access other things, not in deserts where, the bus is a long ways away. So I think that's the whole purpose of the way Commissioner Levine, I think smart growth principles would say that. I think we could just sort of lay out our intent with this. Again, in some communities, it might be every part of the community. In other communities, it might be a very small area. And I think maybe some kind of priority where applicable in that community. Most communities have something like that, but Jeff, you've got your hand up. You'll probably have a better way of describing it.
Commissioner Levine.
Sure. No, I think that was described very well. I think to respond to the concern that Commissioner Dufour had, I think in a case like Hollowell, there'd be a bit of a no-brainer potentially about the PDA, and it would be downtown. And I think a lot of the conditions would already be met. So that certainly is the intent of what I propose, would be the communities that already have a downtown that's walkable with multifamily housing may not have to do very much. It may just be a question of looking at the zoning and making sure that it's not single family large lot zoning out of keeping with the character of that area.
Commissioner Jackson.
Maybe some potential wording can be either in close proximity to public resources, accessible to public resources, job opportunities, just language of that sort, just to really address why we're saying centralized, so that just name the access to resources, transportation. I think that language can kind of better describe why we are including this in the recommendation.
Thank you. Commissioner Cooper Ryder. Is she on mute? Maybe? No mute. Maybe the speaker isn't working. Hillary.
Thank you. Yeah, so I think I'm taking in all of these various suggestions, and I think we can come up with a wording and maybe sort of or, for example, something that's centrally located and or conveniently located near services, transportation, schools, employment, etc. And we can craft that to try to capture that universe. I think we have a good sense of where you're going and what you're referring to.
And Hillary, do you think that there is a place in the report generally, if it is not in maybe this recommendation, where we can certainly highlight Commissioner Spalding's concern that we are, I know that this is not a farmland preservation commission, but we do need housing in areas where there are farms, and we also want to make sure that we're protecting that from the sprawl of, do you think that there's a way that we can?
Sure. I mean, the one that would come to mind offhand is we could, if we're talking about where you're locating these priority development areas, we could either footnote or write in the text, say, for example, if the need of the community has to do with farm worker housing, it may be appropriate to locate a priority development area in a place near where that the farm workers would be working the land, or I'll come up with a better terminology of that. So we could use it as an example of where you might locate a priority development area that's not traditional to what you would normally think of as a place that needs development. Does that make sense?
It does make sense, and I'm wondering if that satisfies Commissioner Spalding's concern, and if anyone would have an objection to that being a part of this recommendation, as an example. Commissioner Spalding?
Yeah, it mostly satisfies the concern. I wondered if maybe the corollary is just that farmland, that farmland maybe could be an area that would receive extra consideration as an area to avoid development on, unless it is for farm worker housing or something like that. I mean, again, I understand this isn't a farmland protection commission, but it is critical. We don't want to be solving one problem just to exacerbate another very real problem.
Absolutely. Commissioner Cooper Ryder.
Thank you. I just want to make sure you can hear me, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Okay. So I would just like to go back to Commissioner Golick's concerns that were voiced at the very beginning of this section, because I haven't heard them addressed yet. And I just wanted to make the point that multifamily housing isn't necessarily affordable housing. So I think in this case, we're talking about multifamily buildings that could be market rate apartments, that could be affordable apartments, that could be condominiums, either targeted at the workforce or condominiums targeted at the market. So I think it's really the building product of multifamily that's under discussion, and I don't respectfully, I don't think this would create any kind of I don't think it would exacerbate the discrimination.
Segregation, yes. Thank you. I will ask Commissioner Golick in a minute if she'd like to find out if her concerns have been addressed. You may not have heard us, Commissioner Cooper Ryder. We did talk a little bit about her concern about what does limited regulatory burden mean. So we did address some of it. Speaker Fecto.
Yeah, not to prolong this conversation, but I personally would disagree with adding this farm language into this section. I think it just completely defeats the spirit of the whole point of a priority development zone. I mean, unless the farmland is located next to resources such as transportation, your grocery, your supermarket, your doctor, all the things that people rely upon, then it would meet the criteria inherently. But I think saying that a farm that's far away from most community resources is a priority development area, I think completely undermines the point of this recommendation. And so while I would love to find a way to support farms, first of all, it's not the task of the commission, and secondly, I don't think it meets the spirit of this recommendation at all. So respectfully would disagree with including that language, and would, if I find myself in the minority, would offer a minority report that would exclude that language from being included.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Commissioner Dufour.
With Commissioner Levine's clarification to my issue, I completely missed that, and maybe I'm the only one who needs a little more subtlety. I think it might be important to also note that there are communities that will be able to do this very easily, that it might just be a tweak. It's not every community now has to go and find an area or designate an area as a primary development location. I think I missed it completely. I was thinking, where are we going? But if it's tweaking our downtown ordinances to make them a little easier for multifamily development, that's one thing, other than identifying a brand new zone for development that we just don't have.
Commissioner Cooper Ryder, I don't know if your hand is up from before or if you had something else to say based on what you've heard since.
It was up from before. My apologies, Mr. Chairman.
Not a problem. I just want to make sure that we're not missing any input. Speaker Fecto, I guess my question is, I hear what you're saying. Could a priority development area, though, be in a place that has farmland with no housing for the workers? I guess that's just maybe a general statement, which isn't necessarily about protecting farmland, but there may be a municipality in a rural area that wants to make a priority out of developing housing where it's needed the most, which would be for farm workers, because that's what their community relies on. I guess that is a difference between sort of a rural municipality and one that is more dense and more urban or just bigger. If my question to you makes any sense, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, I mean, I think the key here is the priority development zone located next to resources. I think Commissioner Jackson used that word, which I think probably should be the word that we rely on in this part of the recommendation. And so I don't think that there's a need to clarify that farms could qualify or that communities could designate farmland as a priority development zone, because they could make that decision, but it has to meet the conditions that this recommendation puts forward, which is the zone is next to the resources that people depend on. Maybe, I mean, I don't have a strong bank of like images in my head of all the farms and all the land in the state of Maine. I wish I did. And maybe there are communities with farms that are also located next to the resources that people need to survive and to go about their day-to-day lives, in which case it would make complete sense for a priority development zone to be designated as such. So I'm trying to get an understanding of like calling out one particular industry in this recommendation when there are also a number of other industries that I'm sure would like to have priority zones designated because their employees work and they want them to be able to work and be close to where they work. I just don't know why we would. I'm trying to understand, like, what is, other than the fact that we have a commissioner who represents farmers, which I think is important, and obviously there was a slot on the commission for that voice to be at the table. I'm trying to understand why we're calling out farming specifically when there are other industries that I'm sure have equal need to having their employees or potential employees located next to their places of employment. So that's all. And I'm sure we're getting like into the weeds and or into the dirt, I suppose.
Well, people will have to sign off.
We can appreciate that.
People have to sign off soon, and I know we'll still be recording late votes, but as much as we can get done while people are still here is great. So 5:30 in some ways is a bit of a target. Others may have to go a little bit before 5:30. Commissioner Pingree.
I will be very brief given the time. I just think I agree with the speaker. I totally understand where Commissioner Spalding is coming from, that, you know, we're going to see growth in the state of Maine. We need to protect farmland. There's a separate farm housing need, but I do think it's too complicated to add that recommendation here or even elsewhere, because I honestly, there are working waterfront needs, there's working, you know, forest land. I think we spent yesterday's climate council talking about some of those very issues and how we're going to spend the $40 million of LMF funding. So I think it just doesn't make sense to sort of talk about farm preservation sort of as we should be maybe concerned about it, but I just think it doesn't make sense to address it here. Even what this recommendation is trying to do is place it in downtowns and in centers, and that actually is a way of avoiding, you know, using up precious farmland.
Point taken. So Hillary, remind me where we are, please.
Well, we are on recommendation 9, and I think the question would be, it sounds like we do have some revisions from Commissioner Levine on this particular recommendation. In addition to the revisions he suggested to clarify that centrally located, to instead focus on convenient to the resources. The commission can decide whether you want to move forward with any recommendations regarding farmland or not. I have to leave that up to whomever makes that motion. And then I think the only other question Commissioner Cooper-Ryder had raised about Commissioner Golek's comment. I think we talked a little bit about regulatory barriers, but she also had commented about the danger of segregating the renters from the homeowners.
Commissioner Golek.
Hi, as is, I'm going to be a no vote on this one. I just think it raises too many concerns, but as a no vote, I would like to have, if it's possible, why I'm voting no, if my concerns could be noted in this one.
Absolutely. Commissioner Jackson.
Thank you.
Yeah, I definitely do share Commissioner Golek's concerns as well. Specifically that with the priority development zones, not mentioning of them including affordable housing that I have seen. I would support some sort of wording that has municipalities have a goal of a certain percentage of affordable housing in these priority development zones. Because I'm just thinking with just coming from, I just would like to see something that like specifically talks to the affordable housing aspect of this, because from what I've seen, it could just be developed into some higher income housing.
Thank you. So is there a motion on recommendation 9? that someone would like to make?
I would move to take the technical changes by Commissioner Levine, the clarification from Commissioner Jackson related to being located next to resources, excluding the farm-related commentary. And while I appreciate Commissioner Jackson's point on setting aside a certain amount for affordable housing, I just don't know what that percentage would be. I don't think I want to really start diving into what people will think the percentage should be given the time. And maybe that's a conversation for the legislature to consider if this proposal turns into a bill. But that would be my motion. If that is at all clear, I hope it is.
Clear to Hillary, she's shaking her head, nodding, yes, shaking her head, nodding her head, I guess is the correct word. Is there a second?
I will second.
It's been moved and seconded. Anyone have any questions or more comments about the motion? All those in favor of the motion, please indicate. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Commissioner Hill,
I vote yes.
8. Commissioner Cooper Ryder,
Yes.
9. Everyone present, did you keep your hands raised? I got it all. All those opposed? 1, is that opposition, Senator Pouliot? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Got it, Hillary? Hillary,
No, sorry. On opposition, I have Senator Hickman, Representative Pouliot, Commissioner Golak,
Senator Pouliot, sorry.
Commissioner Jackson, and was it Representative Arata?
Representative Rada, yes. So it was,
And I know Commissioner Golak would like her opposition, the reasons for her opposition noted. So I think my first question would be, of those who are in opposition, is there anyone who would like to specifically join in her reasons for opposing the motion?
Commissioner Jackson's hand is up.
Yeah, I do share the concerns of segregation as well as the lack of direct mention of affordable housing in this recommendation.
Is there anyone else who is in opposition who would like specific reasons noted?
Representative Arata,
I'm also concerned about segregation.
Senator Pouliot,
You get to the new podcast and have same concerns.
and I would join, especially regarding segregation. Thank you. Moving on, recommendation number 10.
All right, so
Commissioner Golek, I'm sorry, Commissioner Golek.
I have to step out to check my work and
Okay.
stuff. Is there any way that I can just voice the votes on the last two ones, or do I have to be here for them?
We're going to be able to have you record a vote after the fact. If you want to say what you feel before you go, that's fine. But Hillary will reach out to anyone who missed the vote to show them what the recommendation actually is, because we might amend it before we take the vote, and then you'll know what you're voting on after the fact. Okay.
So I'm sorry, my machine's not working well today. So if I don't record it now, I can send it in to Hillary?
Yes. Hillary will reach out.
That were made if I change my mind according to any revisions made.
Yes, Hillary. Yes.
I may be right back, but I may not. Thank you all very much.
I would like to hear your just thoughts as they're written briefly, if you before you leave, if you have the time.
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
Yeah, if you do have the time, I'd like to hear your thoughts just briefly on how they're written, just so we can take that into consideration as we have our conversation.
Okay. For the fair housing one? Is this what you're speaking of?
Yeah, if you have the time, just to give us your general thoughts on the two, just briefly, just so I can have that into consideration as we have our conversation.
Okay. So I sent in some comments actually for number 10, and it's I believe Hillary has them, but I'm just going to read them, which kind of summarizes where I'm at. We strongly support this, though with regard to the reference of desegregate Connecticut's policy to require all zoning regulations to affirmatively further fair housing. We don't think it should just be a recommendation that the legislature explore this. We feel that the policy should be incorporated into the report as an explicit recommendation to the legislature. Is that helpful?
Thank you. Hillary?
All right. So this is recommendation number 10, which is to strengthen Maine's Fair Housing Act by specifically including exclusionary zoning with a clear definition as a violation. I do think there was some confusion and some clarity needed on this recommendation. But I will start with the comments, which I think will show that we need some clarity on this recommendation. We did receive a comment from Speaker Fecto that he felt like we had suggested including those terms under the Maine Fair Housing Act as prohibited from being used by town officials as justification for denying a housing proposal. And he indicated he would like to see that either changed or discussed today. We also received a comment from Commissioner Dufour that MMA's working group reviewed this recommendation at its November meeting and raised some concerns, specifically that municipal leaders need more information on how this right will be applied and the extent to municipalities could be mandated to provide housing, and just felt that more information was needed. Commissioner Cooper Ryder, referencing Commissioner Dufour's comments, also agreed that some more information is needed. She noted that the Human Rights Act, subchapter 4, Fair Housing, addresses discrimination, an appropriate topic for this commission, not housing production. Municipalities should be clear that the recommendation would not impose on them any housing production requirements. We also received a comment that Commissioner Golick just read to you, and so I will not reread her comment. The only thing I want to note is that in writing this recommendation, a little bit earlier in some of the comments, one of the things that came up, and I'm just going to find, but that we didn't discuss explicitly with this recommendation, is a bill that I believe Representative Talbot Ross had proposed during the legislature and was enacted as Public Law 2019, Chapter 270. And that proposed legislation specifically has to do with affirmatively furthering fair housing. It requires the Maine State Housing Authority, to the extent consistent with federal law, ensure that any Maine State Housing Authority funding or any state or local funding is used in a manner that will affirmatively further fair housing. So I really just wanted to flag that for you because it wasn't part of that conversation at the last meeting. It's included currently as a footnote, but to the extent anyone wants to either highlight that further or whether that changes any of the comments that were provided, I wanted to make sure you did see that that was included.
Thank you, Hillary. I appreciate that. I don't believe that I was able to be at this part of the conversation last time. Yes, not present. I certainly would have brought up that bill that you have in the footnote. And so if we move forward with this recommendation at any part of the conversation that we're having today, I do believe that that ended up, and correct me if I'm wrong, being was that a resolve? Or did that get enacted as law? I can't remember if it was a result. No, it says Public Law 2019, Chapter 270. We can look that up.
I can certainly, I have it up on my screen if anyone would like to see it. But don't need to waste time on it if everyone.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Let's have a conversation about the recommendation. Let's hear from folks who made comments. So Speaker Fecto.
Yeah, so I understand that the way the Maine Fair Housing Act is currently drafted, that it's applicable to discrimination in, in housing people, whether, whether it's a landlord-tenant relationship and so forth. I think as the legislature, we have the ability to rethink how we do things. So I don't think the provisions that we're spelling out in this recommendation should be set aside just because in its current format, it's a matter of human rights and not necessarily about how housing is built. I think how housing is built can't or not built can be equal to denying someone a rent or a home purchase based on their characteristics as outlined, whether it's sexual orientation or gender identity or race or national origin or and so forth. So my hope was that we would include that the recommendation would reflect that character, overcrowding of land, and undue concentration of population as rationale for a project not moving forward be in violation of the Maine Fair Housing Act. And so that those reasons could not justify a project not being approved or disapproved.
I think I understand what you mean. Representative Arata.
Thank you. Well, I represent a town that has a historic district, and they look at the character of any property is going to be built. It has to be a certain style, architectural style. Would this eliminate their ability to determine the architectural style to make sure that it fits in the historic zone?
No, I don't think we're talking about like what color the paint of a building is. I think when people say, I think generally speaking, the term character has been used to basically be replacement for I think when you're talking about the physical characteristics of a building, that's one thing. When you're talking about denying a multifamily project because the character of the community is a certain level of income, people live here, only people in single family homes live here, then the term character is being used in a way that's exclusionary to people who can't afford to buy a home or can't access capital to buy a home, but need to live somewhere, and that where they're able to live is in a property where they're paying month to month. And so I think that's the point, not character as the building, what the appearance of the building is.
Well, is there a way we can clarify that in this document? Because obviously you can build a multifamily building in a federal style or Victorian style. It might cost more money though. We don't want a mid-century modern house put up in the historic zone, whether it's going to be multi-unit or not. So I just want to make sure we're very clear that, because Maine has awesome historic districts. I don't want to even have anything to do with harming that.
Yeah, and I agree. I think we probably could provide some clarity, but I think ultimately the goal here is similar to the concerns on the last item of recommendation. We should not be promoting segregation, and currently using these terms to justify denial of projects is it's a matter of segregating whole communities. So an entire town has segregated itself from certain types of people by using these terms to justify denial of projects. So I'm happy to entertain clarification in the recommendation about stylistic building, architectural materials and colors and so forth. But I think, and of course, like any bill, I think there'd be a definitions portion, and so I think character, overcrowding of land, and undue concentration of population would be required to be spelled out more clearly in an actual bill.
So I see this recommendation as actually very straightforward. It's asking us to amend the law to define exclusionary zoning as a violation of the Maine Fair Housing Act. I think the devil will be in the details of how we define exclusionary zoning if we move this recommendation forward, and that it isn't necessarily about making a municipality do anything, except this is something that would be, if you will, adjudicated by either the appeals board, which is the next section, or by the courts. And so I don't know that, just from a rights-based perspective, since the Maine Fair Housing Act is considered something that upholds a right, we're just adding exclusionary zoning to the definition of what would be discriminatory. To me, that's an exercise of the legislature that we could recommend, but we don't actually have to define that right now or even talk about how it applies, because that's not our job as a commission. Commissioner Pingree.
Could the speaker maybe repeat it again? Because I'm just trying to sort of square if exclusionary zoning, like writ large, is a violation of the Fair Housing Act, or if that was actually enacted into law, then a lot of our previous conversations, like, I mean, it's a big stick. I mean, I don't totally disagree with it, but it is, you know, when you talk about the examples of exclusionary zoning, I mean, it's a lot of the things that we tiptoed around a little more carefully previously. So I'm just trying to understand what you think the impacts would be. I mean, I do like the Connecticut affirmatively promoting fair housing as sort of like the flip side of it, the positive view. So sorry, Mr. Speaker, can you just explain your wording one more time?
Yeah, I think, so when I voted on this, I was under the impression that we were taking the Connecticut language related to terms, what they did was they eliminated terms such as character, overcrowding of land, and undue concentration of population as legal bases for zoning regulations. And I'm proposing, I think if you put exclusionary zoning into the Maine Fair Housing Act, you're going to basically, well, I mean, this recommendation stands on its own. So yeah, maybe that is what we want to recommend, because perhaps this recommendation will trump them all and nothing else will be applicable. I mean, that very well could be a recommendation we put forward to the legislature and they decide to run with it. I'm not totally sold on a blanket exclusionary zoning piece, but I am sold on having the Maine Fair Housing Act say that there's no legal, that whether it's a town or it's community members that collect signatures and put a project to referendum, if their basis for denying a project is because it's not within the character, or it's an overcrowding of land, or it's undue concentration of population, that they have no legal standing under the Maine Fair Housing Act to deny the project based on those conditions. So I think it's taking three things that I think are unfortunately used to justify the denial of projects beyond, I think, what we've discussed during the course of this commission meeting is there are really good reasons to deny projects, and there are tools within the hands of municipalities to say we don't have the infrastructure for a 4-unit to be on this lot. It doesn't meet the setback. It doesn't meet the lot size requirement. We've had a discussion about all those things that I think ultimately municipalities will still be able to utilize to make sound decisions about what's appropriate in different parts of their community. But to justify denying a project because it's not part of the character, or it would overcrowd land, meaning I'm not even sure how that often gets used, or there's undue concentration. These are terms that I think get used to basically keep certain kinds of people out of communities. And that's what I want to get at with the Maine Housing Act, Fair Housing Act.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Commissioner Golick's hand is up, but she's not here. Are there any other comments? My comment is, it remains the same. I see the note that Hillary put in the document, and I didn't necessarily think that it was required. I think that the rest of the paragraph spells out exactly how exclusionary zoning can be discriminatory, and that it's up to the legislature to decide if it's going to accept this recommendation, if we make it, and define exclusionary zoning as a violation of the Maine Fair Housing Act. To me, that's extremely straightforward, and it doesn't require us to do a lot of talking, except if we don't want to do it, we don't vote for it. So, I know it's getting a little late, maybe I'm punchy, but I just think this one is actually the clearest, and I will certainly support it as written without any amendment. Commissioner DeFore.
I will be opposing the motion just because it's one of these issues where the details are incredibly necessary. I really can't wrap my head around how this is going to impact municipalities. I get the exclusionary element, but I need some sort of detail, some specifics as to how this is going to work. And I need my policy committee to weigh in on this. I just, without the details, I'm sorry, I can't commit. I wish we could abstain from voting for these particular reasons, but I will be voting against this recommendation now, hoping that when the legislature receives it, they do build it out so that we can comment on it with respect to how we think it might impact municipalities.
Can I see the recommendation again, please, Hillary? On the screen, if you don't mind. So I would ask, why did everybody vote for this the first time, except for the two people who weren't present?
I will say it was, my recollection is it was quite late and we were all, it was a brief-ish conversation, but maybe somebody has a better memory.
People don't have to answer the question. I just thought I would ask it because it was a unanimous vote of those present. Commissioner Hill?
I would agree. I think that the details weren't properly vetted, and the general intention of this recommendation is true to heart and true to mission. But I can understand and empathize with the lack of detail. So I think the intent is where we all are naturally. You know, fair housing is front of mind in this conversation we've been having. I think perhaps maybe what it's lacking is the detail and the mission. I'm inclined to vote for this again. I empathize with the lack of detail, but I think the intent is good. And I think that once this gets to the next level, the details will be appropriately vetted. I trust the process.
Commissioner Levine?
Sure, I voted for it because based on the research that I've seen in the presentations at this commission, I think it is a violation of human rights to have exclusionary zoning. And I think at some point we have to just say that. Now, obviously there's a lot of details to be worked out, but it's as specific as many of these recommendations.
Yeah, I guess I just have a little trouble that we're holding this particular recommendation to a higher standard from everything else. The definition is going to be vetted in the legislative process. Affirmatively furthering fair housing is absolutely required. And I can't make anybody vote for it, but I'm putting that into the record because that's what we must do. Commissioner Jackson?
Yeah, I would just support and echo that as well. I think we have approved some of these that also have some things that need to be developed. And I think it's really important that we have in law that explicitly states that exclusionary zoning is against our rights, and have that be filled out. And I think it is vital.
And I would like to add that Speaker Fecto's comments can be incorporated into the definition, because the definition.
I'm sorry. Aren't they in? They're in here. The wording that he's using, is it? What is the actual amendment that's being proposed? Because the last sentence is, this policy further eliminates terms such as character, overcrowding land, and undue concentration of population as legal base. Zoning regulation allows towns to consider only the physical characteristics of the district.
Yeah, I feel like it's all there. Commissioner Dufour.
In defense of my comments, I would like to make the observation that it's a little easier for the association to get behind vagueness on issues that we understand. You know, we know what ADUs are. We know what single family zoning is. We are familiar with that. And so it's easier to make an assessment on that. I will amend my motion, or I will vote in favor of the concept. I agree that access to housing should be an inherent right. I'm okay with that, but I need the details, and that is what's causing me pause. And to the extent that I am the minority support, that's how I want it reflected. The intent is there, but I really need to understand how this is going to impact municipalities. What are the unintended consequences? I just don't know.
Hillary?
Thank you. So if I may, I wanted to ask a clarification, and it has to do with what Commissioner Jackson had just mentioned. And if it's all right, if I can just share my screen quickly.
Yes.
The recommendation as currently drafted includes this final paragraph. That the commission recommends that the legislature may want to further explore policies that have come out of the Desegregate Connecticut Coalition, which includes the work on the Connecticut's Public Act. And this is that final sentence that I believe Commissioner Jackson was reading, which includes that this policy further eliminates terms such as character, overcrowding of land, and undue concentration of population as legal bases for zoning regulations, and allows towns to consider only the physical site characteristics of a district. So my question for the commission is whether you would like to keep the recommendation as drafted, or whether you would actually like to recommend that the legislature eliminate those terms. And it's a subtle difference, but I think it's an important difference in terms of what you are actually recommending, because currently the recommendation only recommends further exploring those policies. And so my question is, do you actually want to recommend eliminating those terms?
I think that speaks to at least to one aspect of Commissioner Golek's response before she left, which is to just recommend that, like Connecticut, we do this as a part of the definition of exclusionary zoning or in some other way. That's the way I would maybe suggest that we go if we put this recommendation into the report. Speaker Fecto.
Yeah, and that's the point I was making. The paragraph at the end is a reference to something the legislature could consider. It's not the recommendation that's before us. And I think exclusionary zoning is far too broad of a term. I think it incorporates a lot of the things that we have avoided explicitly prohibiting, because I think there is a balancing act between municipalities having some degree of control over things that make sense, like lots, like all the things we've discussed. I mean, we've discussed a lot of things, and I felt like the Desegregate Connecticut language, which makes clear that as a matter of legal bases for denying projects from moving forward, these terms cannot be used as justifications for preventing projects from happening. And I felt like that was a lot more clear. We will obviously have to go through the process of spelling out what these things mean and in what contexts they're applicable to. But I thought as a general concept, this was more this was more clear about how we can accomplish, I think, what we all agree is important, which is that everyone has a right to housing, and that the desire to keep certain kinds of people out of a community is not a justification for prohibiting projects from moving forward. That's basically my point.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I may have an idea then about what the heading of this should be, but Commissioner Dufour.
Just a clarification, and I'm sorry I'm having a hard time with this, but is the speaker's recommendation that we amend the recommendation to specifically say this, these, you can't deny housing on the basis of these terms that are defined? You can't, and is that, if that's what we're really talking about, and it is that clearly defined, and we're not opening municipalities up to any other kind of suggestion that there's something, I can get behind that. If that's what we're talking about, if what I just said is, here are the three terms, here's how they're defined, and this is what is in violation, nothing else. This is solidly what we think is in violation, I will support that.
Commissioner Jackson.
I'll remove for a vote with the amendments that the speaker had put forward.
So just for my own clarity, Hillary, can you please share your screen again? Because some things have come up now that I think maybe is what the recommendation ought to say.
Yes. So it sounds to me like the recommendation might be to strengthen Maine's Fair Housing Act by eliminating terms such as character, overcrowding of land, and undue concentration of population as legal bases for zoning regulations.
I think thank you, Hillary. You are brilliant, because I was thinking that was basically a way to shorten this recommendation and make it pointed. And then the other suggestion that I'll have, since I'll say it in front of the commission, is that when we do that background work, that background paragraph that we're going to talk about, that may be where we include language around our finding or our belief, this commission's understanding that access to housing is a human right. And we put that there. And then when we get to this section, we're making it very clear that to strengthen the Maine Fair Housing Act, we eliminate these terminologies from reasons why we are going to eliminate development. Does that make sense to all of us that are engaged in this conversation?
I second Commissioner Jackson's move of that language.
Thank you. Hillary?
Because we are not going to have the opportunity to have further review of this, I want to try to make sure that everybody sort of understands what I'm thinking in terms of how I'll draft this, and give you an opportunity to let me know if there's something I'm missing or something you would like to be seen done differently.
Thank you.
The way I've understood this conversation so far is to have the recommendation as I just mentioned. I think we would probably still include in the narrative of that recommendation the importance of accurately defining those terms in a way that municipalities will understand what they are. So it'll sort of, instead of talking about needing to define exclusionary zoning per se, we're going to say we need to define these three terms, and I can otherwise keep that language pretty similar to what it is, just with different terms as the basis. And then we can also include, instead of saying further exploring the Connecticut policy, these terms come out of the Connecticut policy, and the legislature may want to look at other aspects of that policy to further bolster or support this recommendation. Does that sound about accurate to what you're thinking?
Yes. Thank you. Any comments about that? It's been moved and seconded. So are there any comments about what this will look like in its final form in our recommendation to the legislature? Seeing no more comments, all those in favor of this recommendation, please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Commissioner Hill?
I vote yes, thank you.
10. And anyone else who has not voted will have an opportunity. Thank you very much, everyone, for getting through that. The more we talk, the more we come to consensus. Moving on.
I have one quick question, and this is more a question for Senator Hickman and Speaker Fecto, but I think would probably be good for the full commission to also be aware of. And the question is, as we gather our absentee votes, there may be those who want to put a sentence or two of reasoning if they decide to vote in opposition. So long as those are shared with the full commission, is everybody comfortable with allowing that addition to the report, even if they were not here to voice it in the meeting?
Yes, I am fine with that.
Yeah, and I'm fine with it if they just share their reasoning with you, Hillary. I don't think they necessarily need to send it to the whole commission.
Correct. I would agree with that. We're at the point where we are in our final meeting, and the people who are not here may still want to say why they're voting against it. And I think that we'll see that when we review the final report anyway. We will all see the report before it's final.
Thank you.
Recommendation number 11. We're almost there, people.
All right, recommendation number 11 is the recommendation that the legislature should contemplate the creation of a state-level housing appeals board to review decisions made at the local level. Unfortunately, similar today, I think this was a recommendation that we talked about at the very end of the last meeting. And so there were some comments on this recommendation. Commissioner Brennan did want, at that time, to record his vote as yes. His only caution on recommendation 11 is timing. And he asked whether this would be better implemented a few years from now after recommendation 6 and 8 have had time to mature. Commissioner Dufour also provided a comment on this recommendation, and she noted that to the extent the legislature contemplates this proposal, the recommendations must include exploration as to how and why local decisions are made. That is, all accepts and consequences must be explored fully. She felt that if the decision is not only to contemplate, but actually recommend the adoption of an appeals board without appropriate study and the development of parameters, MMA would oppose the recommendation as an erosion of home rule authority. She also noted that with proper state resources and technical assistance in place, communities should be afforded the opportunity to make necessary changes before the legislature considers the recommendation. She also noted that that sentiment is reflected in the report, but from the municipal perspective, she wanted it repeated. Commissioner Jackson also suggested a wording change. There are some concerns that were listed in the draft recommendation. He felt that those concerns were not shared by the entire commission and would recommend saying either some or many commission member had concerns because he felt they were not shared by everyone.
I think that a recommendation that tells the legislature that it should contemplate something might sound weak, but it also shows that we are thinking about a way, and this is why this one is important to me, is we are thinking about a way without occupying the field. Not that we will ever do that. We could, like I said, with the example I sent, but this is a way to have that partnership that says the state is going to, as state policy, ensure that we are developing the right kinds of housing. And this may be one way to do that. So it's almost as if saying the responsibility is gonna rest locally, but if that's not working, the state will have a way to overrule something that's going on at the local level instead of taking it to court. Commissioner Dufour.
You know, that's fine. I mean, I think you have to set up the stage. You know, I've said this early on in our meetings. I don't want communities to be set up for failure. And so, you know, to the extent that I like Commissioner Brennan's recommendation to let the technical assistance recommendation, let the financial assistance recommendation play out to see where municipalities land. And then again, to the extent that this becomes, or people think this becomes a necessity, you really need to look at why communities make the decisions they make. It's not a one size fits all. And the people who are going to be judging the local decision-making process need to know what the community is facing. So my preference is to give us a chance. Let us do what you're asking us to do, be our partners, help us do it before we come out with this recommendation, because it really sends the message that, yeah, we kind of trust you, but not really. At least give us an opportunity. I mean, we're all in this together.
I respect that, Commissioner Dufour, but please understand that there are people, probably even on this commission, who already think that the state should have more control over the development of housing in Maine. And so to me, this is a bridge, and I'll leave it at that. Commissioner Jackson?
Yeah, I would probably vote no as it's written, especially being that we have chosen the carrot far more than the stick in these recommendations, in preserving local control. And without an overview of that, I think a lot of the same will continue. There municipalities and have had chances to create housing, and even specifically in Bangor, there was an opportunity to do a zoning change to provide emergency shelter, and it didn't happen due to certain reasons that, I think that could have maybe been appealed. I think that it is important that there is a check to local control so that we can address this housing crisis. And there are, like specifically with the 40B law, there are sunrise clauses that people can avoid things going to appeals. There are ways that can work with municipalities to avoid even having to go into one of these an appeal. But I think it's very important that we have a check and accountability, because we need housing, and it needs to happen. So to have entities that haven't yet created enough housing and purely offering incentives, I think is not enough to make sure we get people in houses.
Commissioner Pingree?
I guess I was trying to better understand sort of the legal framework. I mean, we're talking about sort of a quasi-judicial type body of what they would enforce. So I don't remember who proposed this, but sort of given the framework we've set up in the previous items, there are some things that we're requiring, some things we're encouraging. So I'm trying to understand exactly what it would enforce. I don't know, again, who came up with the idea, but I'll let, maybe the speaker has an answer to this question.
Thank you, Commissioner. Speaker Fecto.
Yeah, I think this recommendation came from Commissioner Golick. I think the idea was that this would only be applicable in the case where a project, an affordable housing project, was denied, and then there was an appeal. So you couldn't have someone who where an affordable housing project was approved and someone doesn't like the project, and then they have the right to appeal. So it's setting up. I think in many ways, and I know Kate may disagree with me, but I think this is actually potentially a tool for municipalities, because I think so often leaders are put in a position where they're in a room with a group of people who are very, very much against something. They are the most well-organized folks in town. The people who support housing don't show up to the meeting. They aren't organized because they, I think, are either too busy. They're not the people who are going to benefit. They're the people who might benefit from the housing, but don't live in the community yet. I think I may have said this before. Or, or they trust that their leaders are going to make the decision that that moves housing in the right direction. But then the group of people who are so against something are well organized, they're very loud, and a board or council feels under the gun to not vote for something, and a project goes by the wayside. We've seen recent examples of how a group of people can create a kind of pressure that prevents something from moving forward. And I think this is actually a tool to say, and I'm not sure what this ultimately looks like. Maybe this is a board that is not a binding decision, but you can appeal. It goes before the board. The board says, based on everything we've heard, we actually think this project should have been approved. It then goes back to the town, and they have one more shot at making a decision, yay or nay. And maybe it still gets denied. But I think that this board has a place in the solution to some of the housing challenges we have. I think it's a tool for municipal leaders, not a threat, not a. I know Commissioner Jackson wants a stick. I think it could be a stick, but I also think it could be a tool. I hope Commissioner Jackson will come around to supporting the recommendation that it be considered by the legislature as a potential tool, because I think there could be room for this that has a substantial impact on projects getting approval into the future. So I realize the recommendation is vague. I think it's fine for it to remain vague, and I hope that folks will support it. And unless Hillary highlighted any technical changes, my motion would be to approve it as written.
And I'm going to second that motion as chair. Commissioner Cooper Ryder. I think she might be driving. I think for me, the only thing I can think of, well, not the only thing, but this serves in some weird way, in some ways, the way the Administrative Procedure Act serves to allow people who have been subject to an unfair regulatory action to stand before some body that's official that can listen to the evidence and decide whether or not that regulatory action was fair or not. And again, this precedes going to court. And I think that it could provide, whenever it happens, if it happens, that framework to make sure that we're holding ourselves as people of the state accountable and not necessarily having to have the judicial branch solve all of our problems or make the decisions for us. And I do respect that some people want more of a stick here. And I think that this is a compromise. It might not be satisfactory. It may not make sense. It may mean we need a stick. But I think that if we are recommending to the legislature that we contemplate this statewide appeals board for local decisions, we are just adding a layer of governance that to me still holds people accountable. I don't know if Commissioner Cooper Ryder is going to be able to say anything, but Hillary certainly can say anything she'd like.
So I just want to get a little piece of clarification. I think at the time that this particular recommendation was discussed at the last meeting, there was some back and forth about that very issue of who exactly would be able to avail themselves of using the appeals board. And I think the recommendation as written sort of suggests that it doesn't say specifically that it would be for those or just for those with affordable housing projects. And so my only question would be whether you want to keep it as is, where it's more posing a question and suggesting that might be an answer, or whether you wanted to narrow it at this time to keep the recommendation solely for denials of affordable housing projects.
Mr. Speaker.
I subscribe to like all housing is going to help solve this problem. So I feel like all housing is moving the needle forward. And so, but on that same note, I think so more frequently than not, affordable housing projects are the ones that get shot down. So I would be fine with clarifying that this is specifically related to affordable housing. And I also think this recommendation is not specific about what this would ultimately look like. And so for those who are more bullish on this, I think there might be an opportunity to have a say on making this proposal. If this translates into legislation, I think there's an opportunity to have that discussion with the policy committee about making it more bullish. But at this point, I think as drafted with the clarification, and also I think Commissioner Jackson did have a clarification that there was something in here that seemingly reflected the views of all the commissioners. I would accept his edit that we clarify that only some commissioners thought something. So anyway, that would be I would accept that that edit, those two edits, clarifying it's for affordable housing and clarifying that not all commissioners felt a certain way. I forget exactly which sentence or sentences.
That works for me. Commissioner Pingree.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, maybe this would, so you're saying it would be about appealing specific projects as opposed to appealing local zoning. I mean, a zoning decision is different than a project decision. Sometimes they're interlinked, but it's about a specific project gets rejected as opposed to sort of taking the whole town zoning to this appeals board.
Right, exactly.
Hillary, are you all okay with those clarifications and drafting the recommendation as moved?
I think so. I think I have everything I need. I can take this opportunity to say that there may be things that come up that I need some clarification on. And unfortunately, at this stage in the process, I will be reaching out to your chairs to help me clarify or make those. But I think I certainly have enough to make that revision and narrow the scope of that particular recommendation.
Thank you. Commissioner Jackson.
Oh yeah, so I do appreciate the vagueness of it. I think contemplate is a little weak, personally, but and just one thing to consider is this just purely affordable housing? Is it a mixed housing project? Does there need to have a certain percentage of affordable housing in it? Those are all things that the 40B law has within it, and just for thought.
Yeah, so you're saying, is it, well, first of all, I think we can eliminate contemplate because in no other place do we put the word contemplate. I think
Consider
the
work.
legislature should create a state, I mean, we should just say the legislature should create a state level housing appeals board to review decisions made at the local level. I mean, we haven't added words that say the legislature should, I mean, inherently the legislature is going to contemplate because these are recommendations to contemplate. So I would take that friendly change. And then I'm not sure how we define what the affordable housing is. I understand what you're saying. So like, if you have a mixed use project where there's mixed income levels, would they be subject to this? I mean, I would think so. I think that's moving the ball forward. And so I think we can probably use like a broad definition of affordable housing, like mixed use.
Maybe contains affordable housing.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, that works.
Yeah, a project that includes affordable housing.
Yep, I would be on board with the elimination of just having it be a suggestion and those edits.
Hillary?
I would just note the recommendation as written does sort of have a section about sort of the questions and the ways in which, or questions that would need to be addressed or answered to create any sort of legislation from this particular recommendation. And so to the extent, Commissioner Jackson, you raised that as a question, that's something we could include in that narrative about here are the things that would have to be figured out for this to move forward. My question would also be whether you wanted to incorporate Commissioner Brennan's note about timing at all in this recommendation.
I appreciate the suggestion, but at least for me, I don't think we haven't really contemplated timing for anything else. So no.
I agree. Are there any other comments about the motion for recommendation 11? Seeing none, it's 6:08. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Commissioner Hill?
I will be voting no.
Okay, so 8 in favor, I believe it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And all those opposed? 1, 2. Commissioner Dufour and Commissioner Hill are voting no, and the absent voters will have an opportunity to cast their vote before the final report is drafted. And I believe, Commissioner Dufour.
Like every other vote in opposition, we get an opportunity to state the
Absolutely
and concerns. And basically I would say my issue and concern is let's let the work that we've done, the partnership take hold. Let's see if these suggestions will be implemented and how they will achieve the goals. And then to the extent that we need to revisit that, perhaps this is one of the recommendations that is revisited.
Commissioner Hill?
Thank you. I do wish that I could abstain. However, on behalf of the Maine Association of Realtors, we don't take a position on state level control or boards of appeal because we do support local control. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe we have come to the end of the recommendations that is there one more? Am I missing something?
I just wanted to add one thing about Commissioner Jackson's concern about the concerns. Because we do now have a divided report, we can split those concerns out that Commissioner Dufour made into the opposition portion. So I think that should address that concern, and the recommendation narrative will just focus on those of you who support the recommendation without those caveats. So I just want to mention that.
I understand that clarity. I don't have the Commissioner Pingree.
Sorry, I'm sorry to talk for one more minute, but Commissioner Levine brought up some strengthening language on the short-term rentals, and it was in sort of that final section, I think. I mean, Hillary, correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, I would say I do think that we may not make a strong recommendation, but we might want to strengthen this language, because frankly, if we encourage a lot more housing units and they're all short-term rentals, that would not be helpful. So I'm just, maybe Commissioner Totman was also involved in that. He's got his hand up.
Commissioner Totman?
Sure. Yeah, I think Commissioner Levine recommended some very specific language. It was only about 3 sentences, but I think the intent was to strengthen that the threat of short-term rentals is huge. And I think the least we can do is to sort of strengthen the language that he inserted as opposed to the initial draft. So I would just hope that we adopt what he said.
Excuse me for not knowing exactly where in the report we are talking. It's just not in front of me right now. So
under additional considerations.
Oh, okay, great.
Where we dumped all of our other ideas.
I understand. Hillary.
Yeah, so if I may, if we want to move on to the additional considerations, Commissioner Levine had 2 comments, and Commissioner Spalding also just emailed me a revision to cover some of her concerns, I think, on the farm worker portion that's in there. So I'll try to be very brief. I know it's getting late, but I also don't want to talk so fast that nobody understands what I'm saying, because I also do that sometimes. Commissioner Levine's first comment was a clarification on what tree fees are. And I think that was because I wasn't sure and I wanted to make sure I heard it correctly. I'm not sure we need that whole explanation, but I appreciate and thank him for helping me know that that was the right thing. The second comment from Commissioner Levine is a little bit long. And so what I just did is pull it up on my screen, and I will just screen share it rather than lengthy reading. And it's about, as he said, the paragraph on short-term rentals, and he's suggesting it be tightened a bit to be less ambivalent about the potential impacts of non-owner occupied short-term rentals. And his suggestion is as follows. And it is in the italics and indented here in the middle of the page.
So I will read this just so that anyone who's listening for some reason and can't see it, it says a particular concern is the rise of non-owner occupied short-term rentals in strong housing markets. While owners renting out their own units at times can help the household with supplemental income, non-owner occupied short-term rentals do not have the same benefit and can essentially remove a housing unit from the market. While the commission has not made a formal recommendation, this may be a topic that deserves further study to assess the benefits and drawbacks of regulating short-term rentals. Commission members are particularly interested in ensuring that new housing produced using the recommendations from this report are used primarily as permanent year-round housing for Maine residents. I have no problem with that clarity. Commissioner Topman, did you want to say something else about that since your hand is up? Okay. Anyone else? And was there some more clarity around the farm worker additional housing, additional consideration?
Yes, although I also just saw Commissioner Cooper Ryder's hand go up.
I don't see them. Oh, yes. Hi. She's back on screen. Commissioner Cooper Ryder.
Sorry, I just wanted to let you know that I heard the entire conversation, even though you couldn't hear me. So
okay, great.
The whole time, appreciate the conversation. I'm strongly in support of this language. I think it's super important.
Thank you. Anyone else want to weigh in on that? Speaker Fecto? Okay, great. Next.
And I will similarly, I will pull this up just straight from my email. Ooh. All right. So this would be a revision to what's currently in the additional considerations as farm worker housing. And Commissioner Spalding recommends changing it to farm worker housing and farmland protection. One specific area of housing shortages that the Commission did not have time to engage in a more fully is workforce housing, and specifically housing for farm workers. A related issue is the loss of prime agricultural land to development, both residential and commercial. Development and implementation of policies that address Maine's housing crisis should factor in the impacts on the state's farmland. Recommendations related to this topic that the legislature may want to consider are specifically noted on the final page of the final page of the Commission's suggested recommendations attached in appendix, and we'll obviously label that appendix when we get them all in order.
Thank you. Anyone want to comment on that clarification? Commissioner Spalding, thank you for advocating for farmland protection and farm worker housing, of course, always and everywhere. Anything else? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Anything else, Hillary?
So the only last piece is that we do end the report with a conclusion that is rather short at the moment. One thing that occurred to me the Commission might want to include is a sentence in that conclusion that the Commission recognizes that a lot of these recommendations may need additional detail and additional work, and that they look forward to working with the Labor and Housing Committee on crafting legislation to implement the recommendations, or something to that effect. I think there are a lot of these recommendations that are would still need a lot of details before they could be fully fleshed out into draft legislation. So it might be helpful to let the Labor and Housing Committee know that you're looking forward to and excited to work with them further.
Sounds good to me.
If there's anything else the Commission would like included.
I mean, the only other thing that I would think would be worthwhile including is a thanks to everyone who participated in this process, both presenters and the public, and also I don't know if it usually occurs, but Hillary, I think you and the team at OPLA should get recognized explicitly in the conclusion, because you have put obviously a ton of energy and support behind our commission. And so I don't know if the analysts usually get noted as having compiled the report and done the work, but I think it would be totally appropriate. I would give my blessing to an acknowledgement to you, Sam, and Deidre in the conclusion as well.
I certainly appreciate that. I do know usually the cover page of the report will have the staff who was assigned to the commission. I'm not sure if it would be appropriate, but I will check with my supervisors, and if they feel it is, then we can certainly include it. If not, we will be.
Well, I kind of have a feeling that if the chairs write a paragraph that thanks the staff and wants that in the commission report, then that's where it's going to go. That's what I'm thinking. What are you thinking, Mr. Speaker?
Well, we have to do what the chairs want.
That's what I thought you were going to say. Anyway, is there anything else that any commissioner would like to make sure is in the report before I ask for commissioners to make any final thoughts to the commission for the public record or just for the public to hear? This is where we are. It's been quite a process. I've been honored to be here, but I will extend anyone can say anything they would like. Right now, you don't have to. I'll look to see if your hand is raised, and if it is, I'll call upon you. Commissioner Topman.
I just want to echo what just was said. I really want to thank the staff for the great work, and I also really want to thank the two chairs for sort of keeping us marching forward in some fashion. So I just really want to thank the two of you. And I really want to thank, going back to the beginning, Speaker Fecto for putting this bill in and getting this all started. So I just feel privileged to be part of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Jackson?
Yeah, I just want to take a chance to thank everyone, the staff, chairs, speakers. It's been a really educational, and hopefully we get some great work done here, and because it's really important. Also, one last thing, I know we had mentioned it briefly about never mind, it'll go in the background. Either way, I appreciate all y'all. I think that it was a very, very good experience in trying to address these serious problems, and I hope we continue to move along and center the people most affected by this crisis and keep going forward.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Dufour.
I as well would like to thank everyone, including staff. They've been very good. But I especially want to thank you all for considering the municipal perspective on this issue. I have to say that first meeting, I felt it was 14-1. And I think we've done a lot of really good work. And I hope we can continue this environment of partnership. And I encourage each and every one of you to get involved at your community level. I mean, that's the only way we know what you want, is if you get involved. And so again, I thank you. I know some of the decisions I made were a little rough on you, as were some of yours, goes both ways, but I do appreciate your giving serious consideration to our concerns.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anyone else? The speaker, let's see, Commissioner Pingree.
I just want to comment all the same thank yous. I really am actually especially grateful to Kate for her engagement, but I think this has been incredibly well run by the staff and chairs. And really, I just wanted to chime in that Cheryl has an adorable baby that needs to be recognized.
Commissioner Golek's adorable baby is being recognized. Thank you, Commissioner Pingree. Commissioner Cooper-Ryder.
So I'll add my thanks to everybody else's, and I won't drag it out, but I do also want to add that I have been working in the field of creating affordable housing for 25 years. And it is so exciting and energizing to see the dialogue come to this place where we're all looking at it and saying it's something we want, and how do we, working together to figure out how to create more. So what a terrific, terrific job this commission has done. And I hope that the legislature will take the next step and make it happen.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Golek.
I just want to say thank you, everybody. And it's been great working with everybody and being on this commission and how it was run. It's my first experience. And as you all know now, I'm deaf. So working with the everybody and allowing me to repeat when you ask questions and maybe even respond when I wasn't being spoken to. I appreciate it all very much. Thank you all for all the work that you've put into this. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Napolitano.
Yes, I want to thank everybody, the staff, the chairs, all of you here, really. This was a good experience, moving it forward, moving this forward is something that really is close to my heart here, that we need to get it done. Being part of the building trades for all these years, I know that we have programs that will train the people moving forward to help get these homes built, and working with certain people like Dana and Mr. Brennan and all, that really, we're really looking forward to moving forward with this, and hopefully it gets passed in the legislature here. And Ryan, thank you for getting this legislation pushed through to move this thing forward. And thank you, Senator Hickman.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Spalding.
I also wanted to thank everybody. This has been an incredible experience for me. It's new territory for me. And when I was initially invited, I was wondering if maybe they had sent it to the wrong person. I was like, wow, really? But as every single meeting, I've learned so much more. And I know this really, really resonates with the agricultural community. Housing is a huge problem for Maine farmers and farm workers. And I know that this is going to go a long way to really helping build the future of Maine agriculture. You've all done a wonderful job. I've learned so much from you, and I will look forward to seeing you in other forums down the road.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Speaker.
All I would say is, do any of you want to serve on another commission? Too soon, I know, sorry. Just kidding. I'm thankful for all of you for participating and bringing your expertise and your perspectives and your constituencies to this commission. And I think ultimately our work was better for it. And I hope that to the extent that you're willing to do so, the next step will require a good deal of advocacy and work to convince Senator Hickman and I's colleagues to ultimately throw their support behind whatever we put forward as a bill or bills. And I hope that you will all be a part of that process and helping us turn these recommendations into reality. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your work. This is your bill. This commission came from it. You clearly have been, over the past couple of years, I don't know how many years, but at least 2, looking to make this happen and to get us here. COVID sort of interfered, but then of course we did all of this in the middle of the pandemic. And I think that in and of itself is an accomplishment. And, I just want to say that, I grew up in segregation, smack dab in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, the most, at the time, segregated city in America. And while my father was a World War II veteran, Tuskegee Airman on the ground, we rented for the first 2 years of my life. And then he was lucky enough to get his VA benefits to buy a house that the savings and loans company that financed the house through that program was Black owned. It was near a Sears building. I will never forget that. And we actually bought a duplex. It was a very small duplex, so we could actually rent the second floor. So we became landlords at the exact same time we became homeowners. But the end of that story is that, we had the opportunity to therefore develop intergenerational wealth. But as fate would have it, the house that I grew up in, that my sister owned until it was condemned, was built in a neighborhood, no one knew this, that had a nuclear power plant in it. And so now the whole neighborhood is devoid of people. All the houses are up. And that's just a demonstration of, even when the best intentions come out of thorny issues, there can still be a problem on the other side that you didn't expect to happen. And so We know that environmental justice is an issue that we didn't really address here because that's not what this commission was about. But to think that to try to right the wrongs of history, we can still end up in the wrong place. The work that we did here, I learned a lot about the expertise that you guys have brought to the table in your professional life. And there's a lot more to learn. And as I chair and oversee what happens in the Committee of Oversight when we bring these recommendations to the legislature, I'm still going to learn. And I'm going to ask all of you to participate to the extent that you can. We may even have a special day where members of the commission present to the committee, whether it's just in an informal review of how this commission process works, because not all the members of the Labor Committee were able to be here. But that's important to have that continuity, because as you all know, I'm an educator and I like to educate. And this is an educational process as well as it is a policy process. We have a big problem in the state. Homelessness is going up as we speak. And as I said, we may need to do things that we didn't even consider in this commission by the time we get to make the policy. And that's what's sad about where we are. But I still have hope that we'll get this right. And I do have hope that we will realize housing as a human right in the state of Maine in our lifetimes. And that we can do this work. We did thank all of our presenters on behalf of the commission formally at the time, I believe. Hillary sent out those emails or letters or both. So everyone who helped us and informed our process has been given thanks. But once again, Hillary and Sam and Deirdre, you all jumped in and worked this out for us. We could not have done it without you. And so thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you all. I'm going to shut up so we can go to dinner. And if no one else has anything else to say, I will declare that the commission to increase housing opportunities in Maine by studying zoning and land use restrictions is finished.